Chapter 1. The sun hung high in the sky, sprinkling its light and heat onto the human world. There was no distinction between old and young, no distinction between the rich and the poor. Great love was heartless. When a young deer waded through a stream, birds flew through the forest. At first, one could only see a dark red light spot on the horizon, approaching in the blink of an eye. The flame tail connected into a line of fire, like a god waving a brush, cutting through the sky. The thousands of miles of mountains and rivers in Zhuang country were almost burned by this line of fire. Suddenly, a black light shot up into the sky, blocking the path. A cold connection was established between heaven and earth, and vitality surged. North, south, east, and west, the absolute evil spirits suddenly connected. This corner of the sky in the northeast of Zhuang country was shrouded in dark clouds. The clear sun suddenly darkened. A muffled groan sounded in the air. 9 evils mysterious een. The light spot only tangled with the evil clouds for a moment, then fell from the sky. The light spot fell faster and faster, and became bigger and bigger. In the end it whistled like a falling star. It was difficult to see any signs of human habitation in the countryside outside Maplewood City. There was only a small Taoist temple, which had long been abandoned. Boom! The fire spot fell to the ground, smashing a huge pit. However, it seemed to be restrained by some force, and the aftermath did not spread. When the billowing smoke and dust dispersed, a man in a flame robe appeared. This man had sword-like eyebrows that reached his temples, and he was handsome. The patterns on his red flame robe were complicated and elegant, and he looked extraordinary. However, at this time, his hair was messy, and his robe was torn, which made him look somewhat embarrassed. "I can't believe that I, Zhuguanglie, would die in such a remote place." The man in the flame robe looked around, and he asked with an inexplicable sense of loss, "What's the name of this place?" The sun suddenly turned dark, and the falling of a meteor. The few child beggars living in the ruined temple were already scared out of their wits, and they were kowtowing in front of the temple. When they heard the question, one of them said with fear, "Immortal Master, this is the suburbs of Maplewood City. This Taoist temple, we don't know its name." The man in the flame robe moved his fingers slightly, and he was ready to erase these child beggars. In the current era of great battles, the countries were fighting endlessly. However, in recent years, there was no war as fierce as this war between Qin and Chu. Both sides had put in almost 100,000 shizhe. Not even a blade of grass remained in the valley and plains at the center of the battle. The ground had sunk 100 li. As a core member of the losing side, especially since he had single-handedly broken through Hangu Pass and almost turned the situation around, there was no reason for him to complain about being hunted down. However, these beggars were also from the Zhuang country. The Zhuang country actually dared to secretly help the Qin dynasty and allowed them to set up an ambush within their borders. All these people deserved to die. However, Zhuguanglie turned his hand over and extinguished the sparks that emerged from his fingertip. Zhuguanglie, is this the extent of your tolerance? Taking out your anger on these pitiful people that no one cares about? Zhuguanglie muttered and sighed, "You can go." He clasped his hands behind his back and turned to look at the inky sky. His enemies were there. Those experts who were hiding in the shadows and approaching like a pack of wolves were the ones that he, Zhuguanglie, wanted to kill. The beggars felt as if they had been granted amnesty. They got up and ran away. Only the beggar who was the first to reply hesitated for a moment. But his companion beside him pulled him back and said, "Do you want to die?" The beggars broke into a run. They had probably never run like this in their lives. Zhuguanglie didn't shift his gaze, but he frowned slightly. "Aren't you going to take your companion with you?" Within the range of his spiritual sense, there were no secret. The wooden statues in the Taoist temple had long disappeared. Perhaps they had been burned by the beggars as firewood. However, there was still a weak child beggar lying motionlessly under the offering table. He was probably counting the days and waiting for death. This was the reason why the beggar hesitated earlier. It was human nature not to take burdens when running for one's life. However, Zhuguangliye couldn't ignore it. People who had walked out of the battlefield knew the meaning of companions the best. Zhuguangliye knew that his body was on the verge of death, but he wouldn't forget what had brought him to where he was today. The beggars didn't dare to refuse the words of the mysterious immortal. They even ran back like a swarm of bees. They used all their strength and panted heavily. However, in the eyes of some people who were watching this place, they weren't as tenacious as ants, nor were they faster than snails. They were really too slow. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. It was a sudden and dense whistling sound from the horizon. It was countless translucent water arrows flying over like a swarm of locusts. They were gathered by some kind of power and shot towards Zhuguangliye. The water elemental energy surged wildly in this world. The rain of translucent arrows was in the shape of a huge funnel covering half the sky. This was the representative large-scale destructive Taoist technique of the Great Qin military, the myriad flowing arrow rain. It's coming. Zhuguangliye looked up at the sky. The strong wind stirred his flame robe and long hair. He raised his right hand high. The wide sleeves of the red flame robe slid down, revealing an arm that looked like a jade carving. It was fair and strong. A red ball of light was born in his palm. The next moment it shone brightly. The intense light radiated in all directions. It was as if Zhuguangliye had raised a sun with one hand. This was a Taoist technique that Zhuguangliye had created. When he was 15 years old, he had used this technique to become famous in the Yellow River gathering. Yang explosion. Countless translucent water arrows refracted the sunlight falling from the sky into a myriad of colors, but in the next moment they were dyed red. That was an incomparably violent and blazing red. With Zhuguangliye's right hand as the center, the sky within 100 zhang radius was covered in red. The myriad flowing arrow rain disappeared. This scene was so magnificent that it was difficult for people to notice the faint ink marks at the corners of the painting. Before the solar explosion spread out, countless arrows were already raining down from the sky. The group of running beggars fell to the ground one after another. The corpses were densely packed with penetrating holes. They didn't even have the chance to scream before they died in an instant. Life was so fragile. Killing indiscriminately is also your Tao? Zhuguangliye's lips curled into a mocking smile. It was unknown who he was talking to. However, his eyes, which were as bright as the stars, were gradually covered by a cold emotion. Whoever dares to hold back when killing Zhuguangliye is a complete idiot. Accompanied by an icy voice, a group of cultivators wearing long black robes floated to the ground, faintly sealing off the surroundings. The cultivator in the lead had a thin face and pale skin. The corners of his black robe were embroidered with frost patterns. He had a pair of long and narrow eyes. He used those eyes to stare closely at Zhuguangliye. A mere ant is also in your eyes? As he spoke, the black-robed cultivator that came with him had already formed a seal. Their movements were shockingly identical, as if they were carved from the same mold. 18 translucent water snakes suddenly formed, roaring in the air and biting towards Zhuguangliye. From the moment they appeared to the moment they attacked, not a single breath was wasted. The can snake bind was a low-level Tao technique that was exceptionally fierce under their skillful control. Zhuguangliye's expression didn't change. He pulled with both hands, and a flaming blade formed in his palms. Gong Yangbai. He casually held the flaming blade and spun a few times in the air, cutting the approaching water snakes in two. 4 Tao techniques at the level of the flaming blade. He didn't need to form seals. Since you've even brought the 9 fiend mysterious in formation, why waste our lives with such a boring Tao technique? Please don't misunderstand my respect. Gong Yongbai spread his hands that were clasped in front of him, and suddenly raised them up. Rise. The bodies of the water snakes that fell to the ground not only did not dissolve, but in the next moment they all jumped up, breaking the tail and growing a head and half a tail. One divided into two, two divided into four. Under the influence of the 9-fiend mysterious formation, these water snakes became more and more fierce. This was a completely new change in the can snake bind, never seen before. It could be said that it gave the can snake bind a new life, and gave this Tao technique a wider application space. It must be the result of painstaking research by the military of the Qin state. Its name was Chaotic Water Snake Cave. Hiss, 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 the sound was ear-piercing and heart-scratching. The dense and ferocious water snakes surrounded Zhuguanglie. As far as the eye could see, it seemed to be trapped in an endless snake cave. He seemed to be in a desperate situation, but his voice still sounded clear and firm. Ingwu was willing to use the 9-fiend mysterious formation. I deserve to die. But this broken temple doesn't even have a name. How can this nameless place be qualified to bury me, Zhuguanglie? Flames suddenly surged from the surface of his body. They burned fiercely, bearing fangs and brandishing claws. This fire ignited when it came into contact with something, turning into a line, instantly spreading. Fire element Tao technique, prairie blaze. When he was 17 years old, he used this technique to burn several thousand devils, his might shaking desolate border. The entire chaotic water snake cave burned. Countless water snakes struggled within the flames, hissing, and then turned into water vapor. Zhuguanglie rushed out from the countless snake corpses, his long hair fluttering about, his aura erupting. Right at this time, an eagle cry sounded. A giant black eagle swooped down from the sky. It faced Zhuguanglie, its wings suddenly moving. Several hundred iron feathers whistled over, while carrying blade radiance. Every blade radiance was different, either fierce or sinister. The blade radiance was like a torrential rain, pouring down, directly hacking Zhuguanglie back into the snake cave. Mechanical beast, blade feather flying eagle. On the back of the flying eagle, a barefoot man with a mask on his face and a copper chest on his back stood in the wind, not saying anything. Or perhaps it could be said that his words were already within the blade radiance. Under the support of the 9-fiend mysterious formation, the 10,000 snakes grew crazily, continuously reborn. The prairie blaze technique lost its durability, already slowly being dispelled. Defense was bound to fail. Water snakes continuously gouged out wounds on Zhuguanglie's body, drawing out blood. Zhuguanglie at most released a muffled groan, brandishing the flame blade with one hand, only repelling the water snakes that attacked his vitals. 10,000 snakes devouring the body, mysterious in tearing apart the soul. From his forehead where veins were bulging, one could see just how much pain he was in. However, his gaze was resolute, his other hand still forming seals. He didn't give up for even a moment. Gong Yongbai gave the man on the flying eagle a look, no longer hesitating. His 10 fingers intertwined, raised in front of him, long hair moving without wind. If you surrender now, you can still send your corpse back to your homeland. It is because the power of this Tao technique is something even I cannot control. The temperature suddenly dropped, a wisp of white frost condensing on his brows. The entire chaotic water snake cave froze, covered by a layer of ice. This was the extreme cold, indestructible extreme cold profound ice. Meanwhile, this Tao technique was a secret technique activated by the state of Qin's famed Gongyang family through their bloodline power, profound ice prison. Those who entered this prison would have their breath condensed into frost in one breath, their blood flow frozen in 2 breaths, and their flesh stiffened to death in 3 breaths. The water snakes were frozen into ice snakes, and Zhuguanglie was also covered in white frost. Gong Yongbai watched all of this silently. In the next breath, the blood flow froze. But everyone present suddenly heard the sound of a rushing river. That turbulent surging like raging waves was Zhuo Guanglia's blood surging. Boil. Blood. Burn. Soul. The flame robe was burning, his long hair was burning, his brows and eyes were burning, his flesh and blood were burning, and his soul was burning. Body and mind, life and soul, everything was burning. Solid ice turned into water, running water turned into steam. Whether it was the chaotic water snake cave or the profound ice prison, they all collapsed in an instant. In the vast expanse of white water vapor, Zhuo Guanglia had already become a man of fire. He lowered his head to look at his blazing hand, murmuring, as expected of the imperial court's forbidden technique, "In this power, I seem to see the true essence of fire." Then he suddenly looked at the blade-feather eagle in the sky, not a bad toy. Just as he finished speaking, he was already in midair. That barefoot masked man tapped the tip of his foot, and his entire body fell down in a reverse position, allowing that precious blade-feather eagle to be burned into ashes by the raging flames. "To protect your life, this is not enough, Mo Jingyu." Zhuo Guanglia's hands formed gestures at a dazzling speed, and the Tao technique was completed in an instant. Flame flowers seemed to appear out of thin air, but they grew and multiplied endlessly. The entire sky was occupied by the raging flames. The sky, the earth, and everything in the battle space were all raging flames. Even the ominous clouds condensed by the nine evils' mysterious formation in the sky seemed to have become firewood for the raging flames. Flame flowers burned the city. This Tao technique could be said to be Zhuo Guanglia's most genius creation. At the age of 19, he used this technique to destroy a city in one battle. Flame flowers, the ultimate beauty and also the ultimate power. The masked man called Mo Jingyu opened his hands wide while flying backwards. His 10 fingers spread out, and each finger was connected to a translucent silk thread. The other end of the silk thread was connected to the copper box, and he suddenly pulled it out. Puppet crows. His 10 fingers pierced through the flowers, and densely packed puppet crows flew out of the box, rushing towards those flame flowers. Every crow would extinguish a ball of flame flowers, but the flame flowers seemed to be endless, and the number of crows that flew out became fewer and fewer. Gong Yongbai did not care about the backlash from the ice dungeon being broken. He activated the power of his blood meridians, formed a gesture with his index finger to his chin, and suddenly opened his mouth. White cold fog spewed out from his mouth, and wherever it went, the flame flowers would be annihilated. Blood meridian secret technique, breath into frost. The group of Taoists that he brought did not hesitate, and formed a gesture together. In the air, the water vapor from the collision between the flame flowers and the white frost gathered in the sky at a speed visible to the naked eye, and the white vapor gathered to form a cloud. Then, the white cloud turned dark, clouds led to clouds, and clouds overlapped. Suddenly, there was a downpour, and a sharp whistling sound broke through the air. Gathering, cumulus clouds, and overcast clouds, these 3 Tao techniques were combined to form a high-level water element Tao technique, rainstorm pearls. "Is this all?" Zhuo Guanglia, whose entire body was burning with flames, shouted. "How is it enough to kill me?" His presence rose explosively, and the pressure was like a landslide. In the sea of fire, he howled to the sky, "Extreme power of fire, burn the sky and boil the sea, Zhu Rong true forefather, enter my body." In his body, a warm light that was different from other flames suddenly swelled. Just this slight change in expansion caused the crows in the sky to ignite. The dark clouds suddenly scattered. The xiuzhe that surrounded Zhuo Guanglia all spat blood. Even Gong Yangbai's expression was miserable. How is it possible? Where did he get the seed of Zhu Rong? How can he activate the true body of Zhu Rong? This is Zhuo Guanglia. Mo Jingyu cut off the connection with the puppet crow in time. At this time, a pair of mechanical metal wings were spread on his back, and he floated next to Gong Yongbai. His voice was so grave that it could not dissipate. He killed the person that passed through Hangu Pass almost by himself. In this enormous and infinitely expanding fire path power, Zhuguangliu roared, "Who is qualified to kill me? Come. Mo Jingyu. Gong Yangbai." He casually waved his hand, and the fire dragon tore through the air, forcing Gong Yangbai, Mo Jingyu, and the others to retreat. What famous family! Prestigious family! Geniuses! In front of me, you dare to call yourselves famous? You group of weaklings, cowards, incompetent people! He seemed to have been burned by the seed of Zhu Rong and lost his mind. The shame of the family and the hatred of the country cannot be washed away. He laughed until tears came out, but the tears were burned dry in an instant. My head is here, who can cut it off? The one to kill my body is only me, the one to burn my soul is only Zhu Rong. Behind him, there was the image of a majestic god holding a fire dragon. The powerful presence was suffocating. Who can kill me? Mo Jingyu turned his hand behind his back. He wanted to open the copper box on his back and use his last life-saving move. But his hand trembled, and he did not have the extra strength to open the box. In his spiritual perception, there was no wilderness, no broken temple, not even a person. There was only fire, only endless waves of fire. The skyrocketing temperature almost distorted space, and almost incinerated his thoughts. He might be able to hold on for a while, or he might die in the next breath. His life was out of his control. In front of such great power, what was the difference between him and those beggars that had died before? On the horizon, there was a cold light coming from the west. Gong Yangbai only glanced at this scene, but he had the illusion that his eyes were cut. He had no time to investigate, because at the moment he saw it, the cold light had already arrived in front of Zhuguangliu and bypassed him. Zhuguangliu's roar stopped abruptly. "It's so noisy." A young man in white suddenly appeared. He had an extremely cold face, standing sideways, as if he always kept a distance from the world. He slowly put his sword back into the sheath, and his voice was flat without any fluctuation. Zhuguangliu's head suddenly fell, rolling on the ground twice, but because he had used blood boiling and soul burning, not a drop of blood could be spilled. Until then, a shrill sound like thunder sounded in the air. That was the sound of the man in white's sword coming from the west, cutting through the sky. Gong Yangbai and Mo Jingyu looked at each other, and saw the great horror in each other's eyes. "Li Yi, I was ordered by His Highness Ing Wu," but Gong Yangbai just said this and shut his mouth, and before he could finish, he picked up Zhuguangliu's head and flew away. Because the man in white had already turned his gaze to him. His hair, his eyebrows, his eyes, and even the corner of his lips were as sharp as a sword. But his eyes were so calm that they were almost warm. But this warmth was accompanied by a coldness that made one shudder. No matter if it was a genius from the ancient 100 families of the temple, or a famous bloodline in the world. No one dared to ask why, and no one dared to say a word. Only the silhouettes of the fleeing figures could be seen. Zhuguangliu had died, but the fire seed of Zhu Rong in his body had not dissipated, and was still slowly expanding. This power couldn't be controlled by Zhuguangliu, who was at the end of his life. Zhuguangliu was only a catalyst, a medium. With his talent and decisiveness, he allowed the great power of Zhu Rong's true body to have a slight, temporary release in this world. The man in white took out a black token, and looked at it indifferently. The black token was silent for a long time, and then a domineering voice rang out. "We're even." As soon as the voice fell, the token, made of extraordinary material, seemed unable to withstand this voice, and instantly shattered into countless black fragments, sliding through Li Yi's fingers and rustling to the ground. Only when all the Taoists had left and the token in his hand had shattered did Li Yi tilt his head slightly to look at the expanding fire seed of Zhu Rong. He stretched out a slender and white hand, and his 5 fingers formed a pocket. Only at this moment, when no one was paying attention, did he reveal a hint of childlike innocence in his usual warmth and coldness. He softly shouted, "Bang!" The moment he opened his 5 fingers, the fire seed of Zhu Rong exploded. An invisible force restrained this explosion, preventing it from spreading. It only blasted Zhuo Guanglia's corpse into countless pieces of flesh. The crimson flame flower bloomed freely in this small world, extremely dazzling in an instant, dazzling the area. This extreme beauty was only for him to enjoy alone. The corner of Li Yi's mouth curled up, but it was only for an instant. The fireworks were over. He didn't look at what was left of Zhuo Guanglia's corpse, and he didn't have the slightest bit of nostalgia. He leaped on the sword light and instantly disappeared into the distance. From beginning to end, no one paid any attention to the battle that was taking place outside this nameless, broken-down monastery. 4 powerful practitioners, it was difficult for them to pay attention to the weak Zhuang state. For the 3,000 miles of land of the Zhuang state, Maplewood City was as insignificant as dust. Even for the small Maplewood City itself, this broken temple in the suburbs had long been forgotten by people. However, this dilapidated Taoist temple was not empty. It was a dying child beggar who was waiting for death. He was prepared to die and was waiting, but he didn't die yet, and he listened to this wonderful battle from beginning to end. When the battle was over, everything returned to silence. He was still alive. He might be lucky, but the word lucky didn't fit him. His ragged clothes, thin and sickly appearance, and even his almost drifting breath were all describing the definition of misfortune. But he was still alive after all. He thought for a while, and then tried to flip over and roll out from under the offering table. Gritting his teeth, he mustered all his strength and struggled to stand up unsteadily. After all, he stood up. From the offering table to the outside of the temple, there were 137 steps. From the entrance of the temple to Zhuo Guanglia's corpse, there were 324 steps. The beggar silently counted the steps he took, and kept telling himself that he was almost there. Almost there. Every muscle in his body was protesting and trembling. No one knew where he got the strength to move forward. His astonishing perseverance had no audience. Right now, he was standing in front of Zhuo Guanglia's corpse. This trek had finally come to an end, if that pile of minced meat could still be called a corpse. He slowly squatted down. Squatting was too strenuous, so he simply sat down. He really was very ill. From the stains that made it difficult to distinguish his face, one could still see his weak and pale face. His hands were even trembling. He trembled as he groped and searched the pile of minced meat. Minced meat, bone stubble, some kind of broken metal, minced meat, finger bone, half a piece of wood that he couldn't recognize, a bottle. He turned over the unrecognizable pile of flesh and found that it was half a jade bottle. The mouth of the bottle had been blown away, and only half of the bottle was left. The beggar suppressed his slightly heavy breathing and brought the jade bottle in front of him. He carefully removed a piece of minced meat from the stopper of the bottle and looked at the bottom of the bottle. He saw that there was only one round black pill left in the bottle, and his breathing stopped. He recognized that it was the meridian opening pill that he had yearned for day and night, which he had obtained and lost in the end. Chapter 2. Taoist meridians were the foundation of cultivation. This Tao was not the Tao of Taoism, but the Tao of the Great Tao. No matter if it was Buddhism, Confucianism, art of war, Mou, or any other school of Xiuzhi, the first path of cultivation was to manifest their Tao meridians. In ancient times, the so-called cultivation seeds were those who were born with Tao meridians. However, the human race did not determine one's life based on talent. The meridian unlocking pill was one of the ways to resolve the issue of cultivation aptitude. Borrowing the power of the pill to manifest the human body's Tao meridians. It can also release the vitality of heaven and earth to nourish the body. Qi and blood flowed back, nurturing Tao energy and stepping onto the path of cultivation. Speaking of which, compared to Zhuo Guanglia's equipment that had been destroyed by the explosion, the meridian unlocking pill should not be considered precious. But to this poor beggar, this was the only key to unlock the treasures of the human body. Throughout the ages, the only way to survive was to die, and to beg for heaven's grace when he reached the end of the road. Now, the beggar grasped the key to his hope. He was so pious. He used his trembling hands to hold the jade bottle, and with his trembling lips aimed at the mouth of the bottle, he tilted his head back. Next to him was a silent and broken monastery. In the distance were the corpses of a group of beggars. Next to him were pieces of flesh and bones. At this moment, the sun was setting and the clouds on the horizon had dispersed. The corpses were strewn across the field, while the sick beggar swallowed the pill. The meridian unlocking pill rolled onto the tip of his tongue and turned into a warm current that flowed down his throat, spreading throughout his limbs and bones. The beggar closed his eyes. At this moment, thousands of images flashed through his mind. Study hard in winter and summer, practice swordsmanship in spring and autumn, hunting down thieves and killing bandits. In the end, he walked down from the West Mountain, where the bandits gathered, alone with a sword. He was covered in blood. Only then did he get a meridian unlocking pill. How many years had it taken him to get close to the transcendent world? He did his best, he struggled all the time. How did he get to this point? Her mother died early, and her father, who died of illness, almost used up the last of the family's wealth. He was alone, and he was his own pillar of support. He had entered the Tao Academy through the middle school entrance exam, and was the best in the outer yard where competition was fierce. Only then did he finally grab the key to becoming a transcendent for the first time. However, the meridian unlocking elixir was taken away by the person he trusted the most. Poison, surround, and kill. He risked his life to fight his way out. In order to avoid being searched, he blended into the crowd of beggars. He wanted to wait for an opportunity, but his body could no longer hold on. He grew weaker and weaker until he could only lie hopelessly on the pile of straw, waiting for death. He had dragged his sickly body out to search for the battlefield because he had a heart that refused to give up. He had never expected to find a meridian unlocking pill. As for why someone as strong as Zhuo Guanglia would have a meridian unlocking pill on him, no one knew the reason behind it. But the story of the beggar continued because of this. Nothing could be more unpredictable than this. The beggar returned to his senses and felt the indescribable changes in his body. He could feel the warm energy emanating from every corner of his body. It was swimming through his body in a way that he couldn't understand before finally gathering at his spine. This process was slow and clear. After an unknown period of time, a weak force rose from his tailbone and went up along his spine. It felt like there was an earthworm swimming against the current of the river. This process was very difficult, but the warm energy coming from every part of his body was constantly relying on it. The little earthworm finally swam through the long journey, passing through the spine and rushing straight to the top of his head. A miracle happened. He seemed to see light in his body. Warmth radiated from every corner of his body. He no longer felt cold, weak, or painful. Since his Taoist meridian had appeared, his vitality was nourished. The beggar opened his eyes, which were bright and full of spirit. He felt that his body was full of energy. He finally controlled his fate again. His Taoist meridian had appeared. Although the true spirit of his Taoist meridian was only a small earth dragon of the lowest level, it also meant that he could officially enter the path of transcendence. Flying in the sky and burrowing into the earth were no longer unreachable dreams. One day, Gong Yangbai, Mo Jingyu, and even Zhuo Guanglie and Li Yi, these famous people could do what they could do, so could he. The beggar stood up and stared at the pile of minced meat at his feet. Life stared at death. The beginning connected to the end. He buried Zhuo Guangliu and those beggars outside the dilapidated temple. Although his Taoist meridian was full of energy, he didn't finish until the moon was high in the sky. This was a small matter that might be useless, but it was the principle that he practiced. Although those beggars chose to abandon him when danger came, they didn't abandon him in the wilderness when he was dying. Although they couldn't ask for medicine for him, they at least gave him some water to drink. Based on this, as long as it was within his power, they should be buried in peace. They wouldn't have to suffer in this life and be helpless in the next life. People believed that only when they were buried could they be at peace. Only in the vast and merciful embrace of the earth could the dead soul rest in peace. Finally, the beggar stood in front of Zhuo Guangliu's grave. The one who buried you was not a nobody. He was from Maplewood City, Qinghe County, Zhuang State. The beggar stood in front of the small grave under the moonlight. He was dirty and his hands were dirty, but he straightened his back and said his name calmly, Jiang Wang. A tiger was not a scholar, but it had the aura of eating cows. You didn't die in a nameless place. This place is called Huanzhen Temple. Although the words on the plaque are hard to read and the name is unknown, it will be known by the world because of you. After saying this, Jiang Wang bent down and bowed seriously. May your spirit in heaven be able to rest in peace. This bow was not only because of the meridian unlocking pill left by Zhuo Guangliu, but also because of the compassion, magnanimity, and bravery he showed. A person like Zhuo Guangliu deserved any respect. It was a full moon tonight. The bright moonlight shone on the new grave. There seemed to be a faint breeze blowing. Jiang Wang saw spots of silver light floating out of Zhuo Guangliu's grave. They rose slowly in the moonlight and gathered into a small, silver crescent moon. It floated above the new grave. It was within Jiang Wang's reach, appearing mysterious and noble. Jiang Wang was blessed with good fortune. He reached out and grabbed the silver crescent moon. Everything went black. In the almost endless darkness, a gentle voice sounded. This voice seemed to contain the truth of heaven and earth and the mystery of the Great Way. It was refreshing to hear. Welcome, Master of the blessed land of Trueness Cave Ruins. In the next instant a speck of light appeared. Countless specks of light appeared. Countless specks of light obscured his field of vision. When Jiang Wang regained his vision, he saw a resplendent river of stars surging in the vast darkness before him. And in front of the river of stars a youth was floating. This person's eyes were clear and bright. His nose was high and straight. His expression was so gentle that it seemed harmless. Only his slightly pursed lips revealed a trace of stubbornness. Besides a Taoist robe of unknown material, he had no other ornaments on his body. Jiang Wang was stunned, because this youth was himself. Although his clothes were different and much cleaner than his current situation, how could he not recognize himself? And he was currently looking at himself from an angle that he could not understand for the time being, in a non-visual sense. Insufficient Tao Essence Feedback. 19 seals on the Tao Development Platform. That gentle voice sounded again in the vast starry sky. 18 seals on the Tao Development Platform. 2 seals on the Tao Development Platform. Every time this sentence appeared, the river of stars in front of him dimmed a little. Jiang Wang tried to understand everything that he had observed, and then he heard. 3rd grade Sword Discourse Arena Seal. 4th grade Sword Discourse Arena Seal. Just like before, it continued until 8th grade Sword Discourse Arena Seal, before it stopped. Jiang Wang did not understand the meaning of this, but he thought that it was related to his low strength. The so-called Master of the Blessed Land of the True Cave Ruins should be Zhuo Guangliu and not him. At the same time, he observed a line of words that he had never seen floating in his field of vision. These words were completely different from the words of the Zhuang Kingdom that he had learned. They were extremely unfamiliar to him, but he could clearly perceive the meaning of these words. Merit, 1,850 points. While Jiang Wang was pondering, the self that he saw suddenly took a step forward and merged with him. This process was so short that it could almost be omitted. Jiang Wang moved his arms and legs, and everything was as he wished. In this mysterious world, he finally had some sort of physical body. And in the next moment, the stars in the vast void suddenly surged, and an entire resplendent river of stars rushed towards him. He was submerged in the river of stars. Time seemed to have lost its meaning of passing. When Jiang Wang came back to his senses, he had already appeared in a space filled with dense immortal energy. At the same time, a lot of information flowed through his mind. This was the world of the great illusionary land. The blessed land of the true cave ruins that he was in was wrapped in this world. The silver crescent moon that he grabbed was called the virtual key, and it was the key to enter this place. It borrowed the power of the moon star to pull the host's spiritual consciousness into the great illusionary land. Everything here was realistic. Other than not causing any harm to the host's physical body, everything was no different from reality. The Tao development stage was the place to deduce cultivation methods and Tao technique. The consumption required to deduce was merit. The sword discourse arena was dedicated to shuttling through the great illusionary land and comparing skills with other cultivators. The production of merit mostly came from battle. In a battle of the same level, the victory would add merit, and the defeat would deduct merit. Challenging someone of a higher level would have a corresponding bonus. Other than this, there were also some other method. For example, the corresponding blessed land of the blessed land would regularly produce merit. Among the 72 blessed lands, the Eastern Sea Mountain blessed land, which was ranked the lowest, produced 100 merit per month. For the lower 36 blessed lands, every level up would increase their merit by 10. For the upper 36 blessed lands, every level up would increase their merit by 100. The blessed land of the true cave ruins that Zhuo Guanglia occupied was ranked 23rd, and could produce 1850 merit per month. This was Jiang Wang's current resource. Although he was not clear about the specific effects, Jiang Wang could already hear his own intense heartbeat. This world of the brilliant galaxy seemed to be hiding a huge secret. Just the Tao development stage and the sword discourse arena that it displayed unfolded a vast and surging world. To deduce the Tao in the blessed land and discuss the sword in the galaxy, how magnificent! And before today, Jiang Wang had not even heard of its name. His emotions surged, and it was difficult to calm down. Until he cast his gaze on the phantom of a sundial and saw this line of words. The owner of the blessed land will accept the challenge of the owner of the blessed land's 24 green jade altars in 15 days. Failure will result in demotion. The 5 words were as black as ink, and each word was as heavy as 1,000 caddies. Chapter 3. Outside Huanzhen Temple, in front of the new grave, Jiang Wang opened his eyes. That little silver moon landed in his right palm, turned into a silver moon imprint, and then disappeared. But Jiang Wang could still clearly sense its existence. It did not have any power, but would reappear when Jiang Wang's thoughts moved, connect to the lunar star, and bring his consciousness into that mysterious great void illusory realm. He had not explored the great void illusory realm for too long. The wilderness he was in was not a place he could explore in peace. Disregarding whether there would be Xiozha from Maplewood City who would come to investigate after the shockwaves from the battle between the powerful Xiozha had left. As for Jiang Wang himself, he had more pressing matters to attend to. If he remembered correctly, 3 days later would be the time for the students of the Maplewood Tao College. If he missed this time, it would be difficult for him to find another chance, a chance for revenge. Because the students of the inner school were the true disciples of the Tao College recognized by the Zhuang country. And the disciples of the Tao College could not be humiliated, much less killed. Taking one last look at this dilapidated temple that he had forced himself to stay sick for many days, Jiang Wang stepped on the moonlight and strode away. Weeds grew in front of the dilapidated temple. A gust of wind blew and allowed the moonlight to shine on the old plaque that had been lying on the ground for many years. The writing on it was blurry, but the words Huanjin could be faintly outlined. The moonlight shone on the new grave, and the wind rustled the leaves. It was like a sigh, like sorrow, and also like relief. Maplewood City was not small. For many people who had lived here for generations, this was the entire world. Other than the master of the city, who represented the will of the Zhuang country, the three surnames of Zhang, Fang, and Wang were the masters of this land. Deep in the night, the back door of each Wei Lu was pushed open. Amidst the laughter of a plump girl, a man wearing a long robe with a slit at the collar walked out unsteadily. The smell of alcohol on his body made him seem even more smug. He was called Fang Ditsai. The Fang was not easy to obtain. Starting from his grandfather's generation, he had served 3 generations of the Fang family before he was bestowed this surname. It was also because he was the trusted aide of the Fang clan that he was able to be so well off, able to enter a brothel like Yichwei brothel every month. He pinched his sweetheart again before he left with a hearty laugh. The voluptuous girl looked at him shyly and angrily as she continued to coquettishly say a few words. It wasn't until his back was far away in the alley that he spat out, "You're just a dog relying on its master's power." He then slammed the small door shut. Because of this, she did not notice that a man in ragged clothes had already approached Fang Ditsai from behind. Fang Ditsai had some martial arts skills. When he felt that something was wrong, he immediately raised his fist and turned around. However, his opponent only needed a casual slap to break his stance. Then, his throat was grabbed, and his whole body was lifted into the air before he was pressed heavily against the wall. Compared to the rapidly swelling pain on his face and the difficulty in breathing, what terrified him more was his face. It was the gentle and calm face of Jiang Wang. Jiang! Jiang! Fang Detsai's throat was choked and he struggled to croak in fear. "Who ordered you to do this? Was it the Fang clan or Fang Pingzhu? Who else was involved in this? What kind of poison did you put in the wine? How did you get in touch with the remaining Shishan bandits?" Jiang Wang asked these questions slowly. Just as Fang Ditsai was about to pass out from suffocation, Jiang Wang slowly released his grip. "Now tell me slowly." He raised his head and looked at the moonlight. "We have a lot of time." The night breeze gently pushed the clouds away, slightly obscuring the moonlight. The whispers in the alley were as soft as the whispers of evil spirits. That night the moon was bright in the sky and the night breeze blew. Those who were not dead had already returned to the city. When the sky was bright, Jiang Wang stood at the entrance of Maplewood City's Taoist Academy. The Zhuang country used Taoism as its national religion. The most powerful supernatural power naturally came from Taoism. The Taoist academies that were spread throughout the 3 counties and cities were proof of this. The Taoist academies were not only the first choice for the young people of the Zhuang country to cultivate. Even the officials of all levels had to have cultivated in the Taoist academies in order to convince the masses. Therefore, in the entire Maplewood City, the most important place was probably not the city lord's mansion or the residences of the 3 major families, but the Taoist Academy in Maplewood City. The Taoist Academy of the Zhuang country belonged to the line of Mount Yujing. Therefore, the entire Taoist Academy was built magnificently. Not to mention other things, just the pair of jade lions squatting on both sides of the entrance was extremely majestic and noble. Jiang Wang's clothes were still old and tattered. If one took a closer look, one could even smell a sour stench. He simply washed his face and tied his messy hair to the back of his head. He stood in front of the Taoist Academy's wide open door. He held his head high and his chest out like a pine tree. The outer sect disciple on duty rubbed his eyes and shouted in disbelief, "Senior? Senior Jiang?" Jiang Wang nodded his head. "Hello, Junior Wu." As the outer sect disciple who was most willing to risk his life in the Taoist Academy in Maplewood City, he had participated in countless academy missions. As long as it was an outer sect disciple who had been in the academy for more than a year, there was basically no one who did not know him. Junior Wu turned around and ran into the Taoist Academy. He shouted excitedly, "Senior Jiang Wang is back! Senior Jiang Wang is back!" Not long after, many outer sect disciples swarmed into the Taoist Academy. They crowded the entrance of the Taoist Academy. Senior and junior brothers were shouting non-stop. It could be seen that Jiang Wang was very popular among the outer sect disciples. Among the dozens of outer sect disciples, there were a few who were particularly eye-catching. Even in the midst of the squeezing, the crowd subconsciously made way for them. "That bastard with the surname Jiang. Where have you been hiding these past few days? King thought you were dead." The one who started shouting from afar was Duyehu. When he ran, the muscles on his body looked like they were about to explode at any moment. His face was also different from the rest. His face was covered with a thick beard. Standing there, just by looking at his face, he was 2 or 3 times bigger than the surrounding outer sect disciples. Some people would believe that he was some mountain king from somewhere, but he did not look like an 18-year-old youth. Because he developed too quickly, people called him a young man. He was like a bear squeezing out of the crowd. He hugged Jiang Wang, ignoring the faint sour smell on his body. He kept saying, King hell! King hell! It's good that you're back." The one who said it was good that he was back, but his eyes were filled with tears. His lips were trembling. It was Ling He. His face was upright and his forehead was full. He looked like a steady and calm person. At this moment, he was wearing a training suit that had been washed until it was white. He stood behind Duyehu and stared at Jiang Wang just like that. Only a handsome youth came over and sized up Jiang Wang. Then, he pointed at his tattered clothes and said with a smile, "How did you end up like this?" His name was Zhao Ruqing. His appearance was the most outstanding. The smile on his face seemed to be slightly frivolous. However, only those who were truly familiar with him would be able to see the faint tears in his charming smiling eyes. These people all had different appearances and personalities, but they had all been friends with Jiang Wang through life and death situations. In many of the outer sex missions, they worked together to overcome countless difficulties and dangers. They had already formed a deep friendship. But Jiang Wang's gaze went past them and landed on the handsome youth in the crowd with red eyes. He did not speak, nor did he move. But just by standing there, he seemed to be the center of the crowd. "Pengju, it's been 57 days. Jiang Wang said word by word. "I've been thinking about you every day." "You only think about Pengju, don't you think about second brother?" Duyehu grabbed Jiang Wang's shoulder and shook it. But Ling He and Zhao Ruqing were silent. 57 days was a very specific and sensitive period of time. It had been exactly 57 days since Jiang Wang went missing. Fang Pengju, who was dressed in a luxurious brocade robe, stepped forward with a smile. "It's good that you're back. Everyone was worried about you these past few days." "Yes." Jiang Wang also smiled. "How can you not be worried when you can't see the corpse?" Fang Pengju's expression changed. "What do you mean? After something happened to you, I was worried sick. I sent people everywhere to look for you." Jiang Wang said faintly, "That's why I didn't dare to show up until today." "Jiang Wang, the ones who attacked you were the remnants of the West Mountain Bandit. Everyone knows this. Are you suspecting me?" Fang Pengju's face flushed red. He was shocked and angry. "The 5 heroes of Maple Forest are as close as brothers. Did you mishear some rumors?" Ling He, Duyehu, Jiang Wang, Fang Pengju, and Zhao Ruqing were the most outstanding outer sect disciples of Maple Forest City's Tao Academy. Because they were like-minded, they often worked together to eliminate Bandit. They were called the 5 heroes of Maple Forest. Feeling the tense atmosphere, The outer sect disciples who had come to greet Jiang Wang started to feel uneasy. Did Fang Pengju harm Jiang Wang? Don't speak nonsense. Fang Pengju has always been righteous. Why would he do such a thing? It must be a misunderstanding. I don't think so. Senior sect brother Jiang is not a fool that can be fooled. The crowd whispered. We are all brothers. Don't speak nonsense. Du Yehu stared at Jiang Wang with an anxious expression. His intuition was not good, but he could not stop what was about to happen. Ling He thought for a moment and advised, Third brother, I'm sure you've experienced a lot and suffered a lot during this period of time. Why don't you settle down first? In a few days you will be an inner sect student. This is a matter of life and must be treated carefully. We have worked together to kill the remnants of the West Mountain Bandit. If there are any secrets, we can slowly sort them out. If you have grievances or hatred, we brothers will help you. Even if we have to go to the County Dao Academy or the National Dao Academy, we will not hesitate. But Pengju is a brother that we swore a blood oath with. I believe there must be some misunderstanding. Maybe someone is trying to sow discord. Big brother, Jiang Wang interrupted him. When have I ever spoken without thinking? I do not value this brotherly relationship any less than you. So since I say this today, it means that this is the case. Fang Pengju. Jiang Wang turned to look at the embroidered-robed youth and pointed. I hope that after you open this chest, you can still be so righteous. Only then did everyone notice that behind Jiang Wang, there was still a big box. No matter what happens, I, Fang Pengju, will never harm my friends. Fang Pengju stilled for a moment and then said emotionally, I will personally see what kind of evidence can make third brother suspect your brother. He strode out of the yard, pulled out his sword from his waist, and opened the lid of the chest. Inside the chest, a person tied up with his hands behind his back was revealed. His mouth was stuffed with rags. When he saw Fang Pengju, he had a panicked expression and kept whimpering. Du Yehu and Ling He were silent. They recognized that this was Fang Pengju's close servant, Fang Ditsai. That day, this servant of yours sent me an invitation, saying that you invited me to drink at Full Moon Restaurant. When I arrived, you were not there yet. He advised me to drink a few cups and try the wine you specially sent. The poison in the wine was the separation yin-yang powder. Just as the poison took effect, the mountain bandits broke through the door and attacked. I personally wiped out the West Mountain Bandit. Who would have thought that I would almost be killed by a group of survivors in Maplewood City? Jiang Wang's voice faintly sounded. So the first thing I did when I recovered was to find Fang Ditsai. Fang Pengju was silent for a moment. In the next moment, he hurriedly sent out his sword. Bastard! My Fang family has treated you well. You actually dared to collude with the mountain bandits and forge a letter to harm my third brother. This sword was fast and accurate. Blood splattered. Fang Ditsai suddenly convulsed and whimpered a few times. Finally, he was motionless like a dead dog. From beginning to end, he did not even have time to say a word to defend himself. Fang Pengju. No one present was an idiot. Although Du Yehu was rough, it did not mean that he was stupid. At this moment, his eyes were wide open and his anger was surging. Second brother. Fang Pengju lowered his blood-dripping sword. His face was full of shame. In a moment of anger, I only wanted to kill this bastard to avenge third brother. It doesn't matter. Jiang Wang watched Fang Pengju finish his performance. Only then did he shake out a piece of paper from his bosom. There was a lot of writing on it. Here is Fang Ditsai's confession and signature. Pengju, do you want to see it? Clang! Fang Pengju casually threw away his sword and suddenly knelt down. I don't need to see to know what is written on it. I can only say that the West Mountain Bandits have not given up on killing me. I don't know what price they paid to make this bastard Ditsai so dead set on killing me. But third brother, you have to believe me. I have always been a magnanimous person. When have I ever done such a despicable thing? No matter what the reason was, the Fong family will definitely give you an explanation. I will offer a reward of 10,000 taels to purge the bandits within 100 miles to wash away the hatred in third brother's heart. An outer yard disciple in the crowd said, "That's right, senior brother Jiang. The Maple Forest's 5 heroes are all good men. You are the pride of the outer yard of Maplewood City's Tao Academy. You must not be instigated by despicable people. When my mother was seriously ill, it was senior brother Fong who generously helped her. I believe that he was not such a person. There were also people who spat on Fong Detsai's corpse. Such an evil servant deserved to die. He even tainted senior brother Fong's reputation and ruined the brotherhood of the Maple Forest's 5 heroes. If he was still alive, I would have cut him into 1,000 pieces. My fellow disciples, there is no need to say more." Fong Pingju waved his hand to stop the crowd's discussion. He knelt a few steps forward and looked sincerely at Jiang Wang. "After third brother went missing, I led people to search everywhere. There were a few times when I could not speak. My loyalty to third brother is known to all. Heaven and earth can bear witness to it. But even though I have a clear conscience, if I did not trust Detsai and third brother did not trust me, how could this bastard have the chance to take advantage of me? All the blame is on me. I am willing to bear it all. I am willing to give up all my personal belongings to repay third brother's pain. I am willing to be whipped to make up for my mistake. I am willing to roam the bandits alone and swear to destroy the remnants of the West Mountain. I will not return to the city until the remnants are exterminated. I am willing to do this, not to repay third brother. Third brother almost died. This hatred is hard to repay. It is just that we were once brothers. I cannot forgive myself. If Fong Pingju was on the verge of tears. He gritted his teeth and said, "If third brother still hates me, then pick up this sword and kill me." Pingju will not complain. Everyone's gaze was cast on the blood-stained sword that was thrown to the ground. "Senior brother Fong, you can't do this. I believe that it is not your fault. How can a man speak of death so easily?" Seeing this scene, everyone was moved. They all tried to dissuade him. Even Ling He spoke again after a moment of silence. "Third brother, fourth brother, this matter." Jiang Wang waved his sleeve and stood up. "Pingju, I have suffered many injuries for you. You have also stood up for me. The 5 of us brothers have lived and died together." No matter if it was Ling He, Du Yehu or Zhao Ruqing, their eyes were all red. The blood and tears they had experienced together, the days they fought together, the joy they had spent together. Only they knew. How could the brotherhood of living and dying together be described in just a few words? Third brother. Fong Pingju lowered his head. For a moment, tears flowed down his face. He sobbed, "It is all my fault. I should not have trusted an evil servant. I almost made a big mistake. But since Pingju has said so," Jiang Wang said slowly, "then third brother will accept it." Chapter 4. As soon as Jiang Wang finished speaking, he unsheathed his sword without hesitation. What? A cold light flashed. Fong Pingju rolled and crawled to avoid the sword. He was extremely shocked and angry, but also extremely embarrassed. Other than that, no one else present reacted. Almost everyone thought that the next scene would be a reconciliation between the 2 brothers. It would even be passed down as a much-told story. No one would have thought that Jiang Wang would actually use his sword in front of everyone and under the influence of brotherly love. "Pingju." Jiang Wang looked at him with a smile, but that smile was exceptionally cold. "You said you would stretch out your neck and wait to be killed. Why did you dodge?" Fong Pingju's handsome face turned green and white. He simply stood up from the ground and clenched his teeth. "Third brother, do you really not care about brotherly love? Shameless bastard, you bastard!" At this time, Du Yehu was unable to restrain his anger. I was blind to be your brother. As he spoke, he was about to rush over, but Jiang Wang reached out and stopped him. Second brother, let me handle this matter myself. Fang Pengju glared at him. Du Yehu, what does this have to do with you? Fang Pengju, you disappoint me. Ling He, who had always been generous, could not suppress his anger. He took a step forward, pulled out the sword at his waist, cut off a corner of his robe, and threw it heavily on the ground. From now on, you and I cut off our relationship. Big brother! Fang Pengju laughed bitterly. Second brother is impulsive. Even you can't understand me? In order to prove my innocence, I am willing to die. But my parents only have one son. I am their only hope. Even in death, they can't let go of their hope. My life is not my own. How can I die here? Jiang Wang is delusional. He doesn't listen to my explanation and wants me dead. Does he have brotherly love in his heart? Fourth brother, this is the last time I will call you fourth brother. Zhao Ruqing, the youngest of the Maple Forest Five, finally spoke. His face was slightly childish, but he was extremely handsome. At this moment, when he spoke, his voice was like gold and jade. Fang Detsai's surname is Fang. He has served your Fang family for generations. What can a group of defeated bandits offer to buy him off? Are you insulting the wealth of your Fang clan, or are you insulting our intelligence? How did a group of prodigal dogs from the West Mountains sneak into Maplewood City and even set up a trap in the Full Moon Pavilion? Lastly, since you don't have the determination to die to show your sincerity, who are you putting on an act for just now? I, Zhao Ruqing, am ashamed to be associated with you. Among the five, Ling He and Jiang Wang came from poor families. Du Yehu's family was neither good nor bad, and Fang Pengju and Zhao Ruqing were both rich young masters. There was no need to talk about the Fang family. Although the Zhao family had only moved to Maplewood City in the past 10 years, their background was unfathomable. Little Five, you've always been on good terms with third brother. It's fine if you're biased towards him, but am I not your fourth brother? You don't have any evidence. You're just saying these heart-rending words based on inference. Can't your conscience be at ease? Fang Pengju's heart was pained and he appeared to be suffering greatly. Pengju, you are still eloquent. Jiang Wang stopped Zhao Ruqing and the others. But have you ever thought about why I didn't secretly contact Big Brother, Second Brother, and Little Five even though I was seriously injured and had to escape? Instead, I chose to wait until today to find you? His eyelids drooped slightly. Because I was never willing to let them make a choice. I didn't want them to be suspicious, and I didn't want to make things difficult for them. The matter between you and me should be settled by you and me. If I die, then I die. Since I'm still alive, then you have to return what you owe me. Fang Pengju looked at him coldly. Do you have delusions of being persecuted? I don't owe you anything. How do you expect me to return it? Why are you so stubborn? However, Jiang Wang no longer spoke to him. Instead, he turned around and kowtowed to the tall Taoist statue in the Taoist Academy. Disciple Jiang Wang was harmed by the scoundrel Fang Pengju and almost died. This enmity cannot be resolved. This hatred cannot be dispelled. Please fight to the death with me. The crowd was in an uproar. Tao-proof death match. Killing fellow sect members was a crime. However, if there really was a life and death grudge that could not be dispelled, the Taoist Academy did not forbid duels. Among the many types of duels, a duel with a Taoist master as a witness was the most irrevocable. The Taoist Academy generally believed that the Taoist master rested in the 9 heavens and saw through the universe. If one recited his name, one would know. If one bowed to his form, one would feel. All oaths that involved the Taoist master were irrevocable. A duel to the death for the Taoist Academy would not rest until one of them was dead. As soon as Jiang Wang finished speaking, a black-robed middle-aged Taoist appeared in front of the Taoist master's statue. His face was resolute, and he had a short beard. A small azure dragon was embroidered on the right breast of his black Taoist robe. It looked very lifelike. This was a Taoist robe with a soaring dragon that only experts of the 3 middle ranks could wear. Mortal cultivators were roughly divided into 9 ranks. Each sect had different names, and they also had different manifestations of extraordinary power. However, their general ranks corresponded to the 9 ranks. 9 to 7 ranks were the initial ranks, 6 to 4 ranks were the middle ranks, and 3 to 1 ranks were the high ranks. What was interesting was that this also corresponded to the official ranks of each country. Of course, in a small country like the Zhuang country, even a first-rank prime minister might not have the strength of a first-rank official. As soon as the black-robed Taoist with a short beard appeared, all the disciples present bowed. Dean. There were not many Taoists in the entire Maplewood city who could wear a black robe with a soaring dragon. This included the dean of Maplewood Taoist Academy, Dong A. It was said that he had once cultivated in the Zhuang country's capital, Exhilarating city. Because of his impartiality, he had offended the nobles and was sent to Maplewood City in Qinghe County. Ling He looked sad, but he did not say a word. He knew Jiang Wang's swordsmanship very well. It could be said that before he officially started cultivating Taoist techniques, no one in the outer yard was his match. Fang Pengju was no exception. However, since Jiang Wang had proposed a Taoist duel, it meant that the injustice was unresolved. Now that the dean was here, Fang Pengju could either fight to the death or wait for Maplewood Taoist Academy to investigate Jiang Wang's assassination. However, how could Fang Pengju withstand the Academy's investigation? In fact, he had no choice. Under countless suspicious, mocking, and angry gazes, Fang Pengju did not panic. "Third brother, are you and I really going to face each other with our swords?" Jiang Wang said calmly. "The one who brought us to this point is you, not me. What do I have to do to make you believe me? I have already sacrificed my life for this trust. Now, it's useless to say anything more. The Fang Pengju in my impression is not a coward who does not dare to fight." Fang Pengju was unmoved. "Are you so confident that you can kill me?" Jiang Wang looked at him calmly. "I might as well try." Fang Pengju looked at him for a while and suddenly laughed. "It's a pity that you can't kill me. Our duel is not valid. Because just the day before yesterday, my Tao meridians have begun to appear. You can say that I am already an inner yard disciple. You and I are at different levels. How can we duel?" As he spoke, he stood up straight and activated his Tao meridians with all his might. Everyone present could feel an aura rising from his spine, making him energetic. This meant that he had already manifested his Tao meridians. His physical body could feed back Tao energy from his Tao meridians and officially possess extraordinary strength. The Tao Academy already had corresponding rules regarding duels. One of the most important points was that anyone could unconditionally refuse an invitation to a duel between different levels. This was to protect low-ranked cultivators from being humiliated by high-ranked cultivators. However, at this moment, it became an excuse for Fang Pengju to avoid a duel. Although he had manifested his Tao meridians, it had not been long and he had not started to practice Tao technique. Therefore, his strength had not increased qualitatively. Therefore, he still did not have the confidence to fight with Jiang Wang. Jiang Wang was silent. He looked at Fang Pengju silently, his emotions complicated. Then, he said slowly, "For this meridian unlocking pill, I charged into West Mountain alone and fought a bloody battle to destroy the bandits' lair. In this battle, I suffered 13 wounds, 2 of which were fatal. In order to achieve the best results for the meridian unlocking pill, I am prepared to wait until my body recovers to its peak state before using this pill. I understand the principle of treasuring a jade ring becomes a crime. Therefore, I did not leak this information to anyone. Everyone thought that I would consume the pill that day, except for you and the 5 of us brothers who have risked our lives. Because I do not have anything to hide from you. Ever since I came into contact with the world of cultivation when I was 5 years old, I have been chasing after this meridian unlocking pill. I do not have natural Tao meridians manifesting. If I want to transcend, I can only rely on this pill. It is my path of cultivation, my hope and my light. You know my family situation, you know how hard I work. Every day, I wake up before the sun rises to practice the sword, only going to rest when the moon is high in the sky. I have never visited brothels, nor have I indulged myself in any way. In the entire Maple Forest Tao College, I dare say that there is no outer sect disciple who works harder than me. For this meridian unlocking pill, I have worked hard for 11 whole years. As Jiang Wang spoke, he also stared at Fang Pingju. Along with my sweat, my blood, my tears, is this meridian unlocking pill of any use? There was a moment of silence. Ling He pursed his lips, Zhao Ruqing gritted his teeth and did not speak. Even a man like Duye who had tears rolling down his face. That's right, who among them did not know Jiang Wang's obsession, Jiang Wang's tiredness, Jiang Wang's suffering? Yet Fang Pingju was actually so ruthless. I don't know what nonsense you are talking about. A trace of unnaturalness flashed across Fang Pingju's face, but he quickly suppressed it. My uncle brought a caravan through Yun country and coincidentally bought a meridian unlocking pill from a strapped cultivator. Because of this, I was able to manifest my Tao meridians. What does that have to do with you? Don't think that everyone is like you, born poor and unscrupulous in order to advance. My Fang family is extremely wealthy. Could it be that we can't afford a meridian unlocking pill? Zhao Ruqing was already filled with hatred, no longer restraining his words. That's right, the Fang family is indeed extremely wealthy. Unfortunately, your parents passed away early, and you are not the only heir of the Fang family. The family resources allocated to you are even more limited. Otherwise, how could you not have a meridian unlocking pill after such a long time? How could it be so coincidental that you got one right after my 3rd brother was attacked? That really is a coincidence. I can only say that it is too coincidental. Fang Pingju's eyes flashed coldly. Don't talk about things without evidence. Seeing that we are brothers, I won't bicker with you. If there is a next time, as an inner courtyard disciple, I will let you know what is called hierarchy. You. Zhao Ruqing was furious. Duyehu gritted his teeth. If the dean wasn't present, he would have smashed Fang Pingju's handsome face with a punch. Only Jiang Wang remained calm. Fang Pingju, I told you before. You are too arrogant, too self-righteous, and because of this, you often neglect the truth. I taught you before, so why can't you teach me? Why don't you think about it? If the Tao certificate duel cannot be established, then why would Dean Dong appear here? He took a step forward, similarly activating his Tao meridians. The earthworm and the large dragon in his spine swam intensely. His entire body was as sharp as a sword, as straight as a sword. That is because I have already manifested my Tao meridians, and officially possess the possibility of transcendence. We are at the same level, and you don't dare to let the dean investigate. Thus, the duel is established. At the same time that Fang Pingju turned pale with fright, Dean Dong had already waved his sleeve. Right at the entrance of the Tao Academy, right under Jiang Wang and Fang Pingju's feet, a sapling suddenly broke through the ground. In a few breaths' time, it grew wildly, growing into a huge wooden pillar. It lifted the 2 of them up, while keeping the other outer courtyard disciples outside. The top of the wooden pillar was flat, as if it had been shaved by a sharp weapon. From afar, it looked like a high wooden platform. However, there were branches swaying around the platform. Fang Pingju had no doubt that once he turned and ran, these seemingly harmless branches would turn into vicious beasts that would devour humans. Meanwhile, Jiang Wang's hand was already on the hilt of his sword, ready to strike. Dong casually waved his hand, and a branch twisted and swept up the sword that Fang Pingju had thrown on the ground, throwing it onto the platform. Fang Pingju reached out and caught it. In front of the statue of the Tao Venerable, whose face could never be seen clearly, the fifth stage expert, Inner Courtyard Taoist Dong Amo, announced, "The Tao Certificate duel begins." Chapter 5. As soon as Dong A announced the start of the duel, the two swords clashed on the wooden platform. Before the duel, Fang Pingju had tried his best to avoid it. But once the duel began, he didn't hesitate at all. His sword was steady, accurate, and ruthless, leaving no room for error. He was able to stand out among the outer disciples of Maple Forest Tao College and win the trust of Jiang Wang and the others. Naturally, he deserved his reputation. But Jiang Wang was faster, steadier, and more decisive than him. Because he had already waited for 57 days, because in these 57 days and nights, he had not stopped imagining this scene at all times. Even if he was seriously injured, even if he was ill, even if he was on the brink of death several times. When he fought with his sword, he would accept death or injury. But when he was betrayed by the person he trusted the most, the pain in his heart was far greater than the pain in his body. What supported him through those days was not only his endless desire to live, but also his unforgettable hatred. One sword broke through Fang Pingju's sword momentum. When the sword entered, the person also entered. He directly hit Fang Pingju's sword with his lower abdomen. When blood splattered, Jiang Wang indifferently swung his sword and cut open Fang Pingju's tendons. The two wounds appeared at almost the same time, but one was active and the other was passive. The result was already decided. Jiang Wang advanced again. Using his elbow as a guide, he smashed forward abruptly. He hit Fang Pingju's chest hard. Fang Pingju had just lost control of his sword due to the intense pain. The next moment, he heard the clear sound of his own bones cracking. His entire body was smashed into the shape of a shrimp. He hit the outside of the platform and was bounced back by the swaying branches, falling onto the platform. In just one round, Fang Pingju was defeated. How is this possible? The difference is actually so big. There was an uproar below the platform. Everything happened too quickly. The meridian unlocking pill, mixed with Jiang Wang's blood and tears, made Fang Pingju's Tao meridians appear. Jiang Wang's sword, mixed with hatred and pain, also made Fang Pingju fall into the dust. He lost to himself and to fear, Zhao Ruqing said in a low voice. If not for fear, he wouldn't have chosen to murder third brother and use despicable means to steal the meridian unlocking pill. He knows that there is no other way for him to surpass third brother. Once the gap widens, he will never be able to catch up. Ling He couldn't help but sigh. When third brother first came to the Tao Academy, his strength was still at the bottom, far inferior to Pingju. After a few years, his swordsmanship is recognized as number one in the outer sect. Pingju has always been a proud person. Du Yehu said angrily, "In the end, isn't it because you're incompetent and shameless?" Clang! Clang! Jiang Wang slowly pulled out the long sword that pierced through his abdomen and casually threw it aside. The blood-stained sword fell to the ground with a clang, just like Fang Pingju, who was coughing up blood, helpless and panicked. With his sword hanging at his side, Jiang Wang slowly walked forward. "Help! Dean, save me! I'm a disciple of the Fang clan, one of the 3 major clans in the city." Fang Pingju shouted in fear. He no longer had the temperament of a rich young master. Dong A's face was expressionless. Since it's a Tao verification deathmatch, naturally it won't end until one of us dies. Only your opponent can decide whether you live or die. Third elder brother, third elder brother. Fang Ping raised his hands to support himself as he retreated. Spare me, spare me. Spare me this time. The Fang clan is a century-old clan. But there hasn't been a middle-level Xiuzha in 20 years. One step slow, every step slow. How much time do I have left to wait? I can't stop, I'm carrying the hopes of my late father, I can't stop. He looked tearfully at Jiang Wang. Your meridian opening, Dan, if I tell you, will you give it to me? Jiang Wang was silent. My uncle went to Yun country, but he couldn't buy a meridian opening, Dan. Even if he did, he might not give it to me. The control over the meridian opening, Dan, has become stricter, and it's only awarded to the most promising outer sect disciples. In the entire Maple Forest Tao College, only you received that kind of merit. I have no way, I have no way. Fang Pengju cried. Jiang Wang narrowed his eyes. I actually understand you. I understand your anxiety, unease, and fear. The Fang clan is a large clan and gave you a superior environment, but the competition is also very fierce. I knew long ago that people's desires are endless. I also know how much you desire to prove yourself, how much you want to fight for glory for your father who died young. You said it all before, I remember it all. You are in a rush for success and are blinded by greed. I can understand. The light of hope flashed through Fang Pengju's eyes. He continued, but understanding does not mean forgiveness. Finishing, Jiang Wang walked in front of Fang Pengju. The long sword drew a clear arc in the air, accurately and without any hesitation, entering his chest. If I give my tolerance to hatred and jealousy, then what should I use to repay love and warmth? So, I died once, and you need to use your life to repay. Jiang Wang slowly said. Fang Pengju used his uninjured left hand to grab the sword, allowing the blade to cut his palm. He allowed the sword to stay in his body and delay death by a step. With great difficulty, he uttered a wheezing sound. After taking your Dan, I couldn't sleep every night. I regret it. I'm very sorry. But you are safe and sound, aren't you? We are brothers. Why can't you forgive me just once? Many people below the platform had complicated emotions. They couldn't bear to watch or listen. But Jiang Wang only looked at him calmly. Do you know how it feels to be betrayed? Do you know the pain and anger that burns the heart? I encountered it once, but I chose to believe. Then you brought it to me again. You made my trust seem foolish. You made my experience seem like a joke. The pain you've caused me is meaningless. Memories flowed through his heart like water, so calm and soothing, but they could not smooth out the deep ravines. Was there betrayal wherever there were people? Have you ever laid on a pile of straw, weak and powerless, and could only watch as death came? I seemed to see two shadows hovering in front of me. I knew they were the black and white impermanence. I seemed to hear their breathing, slow and slow, ringing in my ears. I once swore to defeat fate, but I knew I was about to die, and I couldn't do anything about it. If you had experienced what I experienced, you would understand that some pain cannot be made up for. I'm a man who's already died once. If I forgive you, I have no right to face myself. As Jiang Wang said this, he slowly and resolutely pulled out his sword. The platform slowly descended and the branches retracted. Finally, the entire duel arena transformed into a small sapling and drilled into the ground. Fang Pengju quietly lay on the ground. His right hand was hanging down, his left hand was still in front of him, as if he was firmly grasping the sword that took his life. His eyes were wide open, and there was still pain, unwillingness, and all kinds of emotions in them. But he was already dead. Ling He sighed softly, walked forward, took off his coat, and covered Fang Pengju's face. Duyehu opened his mouth, as if he wanted to curse, but in the end, he couldn't say anything. Zhao Ruqing was motionless and silent. Jiang Wang quietly stood where he was. He didn't look at anyone in the arena, but at the endless sky. It was as if he was looking at himself in another time and space. Rest in peace, he said in his heart. His mind was empty. The earth centipede in his spine suddenly became agile. It jumped up from its tailbone and smoothly swam through a part of its journey. It spat out a round, plump, and beautiful Tao essence. Jiang Wang suddenly thought of a saying, "Understanding the affairs of the world is cultivation, and understanding the thoughts is wealth." Chapter 6. Maplewood City was located in Qinghe County. In terms of scale, it was the last of the 13 cities in the county, just ahead of Mao City. The dean of a Tao academy in such a city was usually matched with a mid-level 6th-rank Taoist. Dong A was in charge of Maplewood Tao Academy with his 5th-rank cultivation. It was inevitable that he had offended someone in Zhuang capital. But to the disciples of Maplewood Tao Academy, this was undoubtedly a good thing. So, other than Fang Detsai's testimony, you can't provide conclusive evidence that Fang Pingju personally arranged to kill you and steal your elixir before the duel? Dong A wore a black Taoist robe and sat on a meditation cushion in the quiet room. There was a portrait hanging on the wall behind him. It was a Taoist in a noble purple Taoist robe. The strokes were delicate and the portrait was lifelike. The Taoist's face seemed to be hidden in the clouds and could not be seen clearly. Jiang Wang bowed his head and stood respectfully in front of the dean. When he heard the question, he tried his best to explain in a calm tone, "I clearly know that it was him. That is enough. As for the evidence, he will naturally give it to everyone before he dies. And he did not disappoint me." Dong A knew that he was referring to the meridian unlocking elixir that Fang Pingju took. Was it too impulsive and reckless? We should have planned slowly and laid out the evidence to wait for the Academy's decision. But 2 days later is the time for the inner Academy student. Since Fang Pingju has shown his Tao meridians, he will definitely become the dean's disciple. Time is tight, so we can only take the risk. Jiang Wang dares to kill an outer academy disciple, but not the dean's disciple. The outer academy was just a preparation. The inner academy disciples were the true disciples of the academy. As he spoke, Jiang Wang kept his head down, showing the humility and responsibility that a disciple should have. But what flashed across his mind was the sound of a sword whistling from the west outside Huanjin Temple. That man called Li Yi had beheaded someone as strong as Zhuo Guangliu with one strike of his sword from Tianjiao. Why would he need to go back and forth? Compared to the battle that took place outside the Anata Temple, he was so weak. The sword skills that he was so proud of were so weak. How could he have the time to dawdle and slowly deal with Fang Pingju in the Tao Academy in order to find a foolproof method? Moreover, if he hadn't challenged Fang Pingju with a single sword today and brazenly challenged Fang Pingju, he wouldn't have had such a great advantage over Fang Pingju, who had the backing of the Fang family of Maple Forest. Let's say that the meridian unlocking pill that Fang Pingju used was taken from you. Then, where did your meridian unlocking pill come from? Here it comes. Jiang Wang's heart tightened slightly, but he didn't show it on his face. Even though no one dared to get close to the battle that took place outside the Anata Temple due to the power of the powerhouses involved, it would definitely lead to an investigation afterwards. Moreover, Gong Yangbai and the others had set up a formation in the Zhuang country's territory, so it was impossible for them not to have communicated with the Zhuang country's strong practitioners in advance. No matter how small the Zhuang country was, it still had the dignity of a country. As the strongest person in Maplewood City, it was impossible for Dong A to not know about that battle. Fortunately, Jiang Wang did not have any secrets to speak of in this entire matter. In this world that possessed extraordinary powers, the traces he left behind could not be concealed. At that moment, he tried to use the most objective point of view, without any subjective attitude, to describe everything he heard at that time. This included the state of his body, his thoughts and decisions, how he found the meridian unlocking pill from the mangled flesh, and how he buried the corpses in the end. He only skipped over the matter of the virtual key. In the process of narrating, except for a flash of anger in his eyes, Dong A remained silent. Of course, Jiang Wang knew where this anger came from. In the suburbs of Maplewood City, outside the Anata Temple, This was the territory of the Zhuang country. Meanwhile, the powerful cultivators from Qin Chu fought here without any scruples. In the entire Maplewood City, and even Qinghe County, no one dared to interfere with this battle. To the cultivators of the Zhuang country, this was a great humiliation. The reason why Dong A suppressed this anger was that he didn't want to expose the fact that the Zhuang country was weak. He didn't want to affect the confidence of the disciples in cultivation. He should be a good dean. Jiang Wang silently observed this middle-level powerhouse who would guide his cultivation for a long time in his heart. Before today, he had never had such an opportunity. As he observed and summarized, he narrated the experience that he had prepared in his mind. The origin of your meridian unlocking pill is clear. I've looked through your resume of missions when you were in the outer sect. You have a sense of propriety and decisiveness, which is rare. Dong A glanced at Jiang Wang indifferently and said, "In the future, you can call yourself a disciple in front of me." Jiang Wang's heartstrings relaxed, knowing that he had passed this hurdle. Moreover, he had been recognized by the dean of Maplewood Taoist College and was directly selected to enter the inner sect. He crossed his two thumbs, left hand outside and right hand inside, and clenched his fist in front of his chest. He nodded slightly and said, "Thank you, Master." The Confucian sect emphasized heaven, earth, king, family, and master. To the Taoist sect, master was more important than king because a master was the one who preached and explained the great Tao. To all the inner sect disciples of Maplewood Taoist College, Dong A was their master. Dong A closed his eyes slightly and didn't say anything more. "Go." He came out of the meditation room and walked side by side with Ling He and Zhao Ruqing, who had been waiting outside. The three of them didn't speak for a while, and the atmosphere was gloomy. Jiang Wang had returned, but Fang Pengju had died. The Maplewood Five still existed in name only. Since Du Yehu didn't appear here, then he must be hiding in some corner to drink. Among these people, he looked the most carefree, but he probably couldn't face this kind of thing. No matter how much he cursed or how much he hated, it couldn't erase the fact that he had once seen Fang Pengju as his brother. As the eldest brother, Ling He was the first to break the silence. "You guys go back to the dormitory first. I still have to send Pengju's body back to the Fang residence." The outer sect disciples of Maplewood Taoist College lived in a room with 6 people. Because the Maplewood Five were like-minded, they simply moved into the same room. The others couldn't enter this circle, so they always lived in a room with 5 people. Jiang Wang didn't speak. Ling He's personality was like this. No matter how much Fang Pengju was wrong, he couldn't ignore his body. "Do you still hate Old Fourth?" Ling He asked. "Don't call him Old Fourth anymore." A trace of disgust appeared on Zhao Ruqing's handsome face. "I'm ashamed to talk about this kind of despicable and vicious person who murdered his brother." Compared to his age, Ling He's face was more mature. This was probably why it was easier for him to gain the trust of others. Among the 5, he had always played the role of the eldest brother, and took care of his younger brothers. Because of his mature side, people often overlooked that he was only 19 years old. He was only 2 years older than Jiang Wang, and 3 years older than Zhao Ruqing. It was just that the children of poor people matured early. Seeing Ling He's troubled expression, Jiang Wang shook his head and said, "Actually, I don't hate him. I just hate myself for being stupid and trusting him too easily. I hate myself for trusting him wrongly." Even though Jiang Wang appeared so calm, Ling He still heard the trace of unresolved resentment in his voice. "Trust is one of the most beautiful things in the world. Trust is not wrong, Jiang Wang." Our eldest brother said, "The one who is wrong is the person who betrayed your trust." He didn't say anything else, but his earnest eyes said, "The brotherly feelings between us are not wrong, nor are they adulterated. The one who is wrong, the one who is fake, is the person who betrayed everything. Only Fang Pengju. That's why he wanted to send Fang Pengju's body back, so that he wouldn't die without a place to settle down. This wasn't out of recognition or sympathy for Fang Pingju, but only out of respect and protection for the brotherly feelings that they once had and should never change. This was the eldest brother, this was Ling He. Whether it was the irascible Du Yehu or the arrogant Fang Pingju, they were all willing to call him eldest brother. How could it be just because of age? You go, eldest brother. He's already dead, so the grudges are gone. Jiang Wang shrugged. But I can't go with you. I can't do it either. Zhao Ruqing suddenly said. You brat. Ling He patted Zhao Ruqing's shoulder, looked deeply at Jiang Wang, and then turned to leave. Chapter 7. Zhao Ruqing's family was well off, so he bought a house near the Taoist Academy to live in. He had a dozen servants to attend to his daily needs, so he wasn't often in the dormitory. Du Yehu, on the other hand, wasn't someone who could be easily dealt with once he drank. Thus, when Jiang Wang returned to the dormitory, he suddenly realized that he was the only one left in the usually noisy dormitory. After closing the door, he subconsciously glanced at the leftmost bed in the dormitory. On the bed was an unusually neatly folded clean bedding. The material was no different from the bedding of the others in the dormitory. At the moment, there was no one on the bed, and it would never appear again. This was Fang Pengju's bed. He came from a wealthy family, but he was never coy or petty. He drank and ate with everyone and was never picky. The bed opposite Fang Pengju was empty, but there was a lot of luggage piled up on it. The beds on both sides ended there, with 3 on each side. The second bed on the left, next to Fang Pengju's bed, was the messiest in the dormitory. The bedding was casually piled into a ball, and the scattered clothes were just decorations. If you sniffed carefully, you could even smell the fragrance of wine. If you looked down at the bottom of the bed, you could see a neat row of wine jars. Compared to the living environment of the owner of the bed, these wine jars were obviously well taken care of. The first bed on the left was next to the door, so it was Ling He's bed. He was always responsible for opening and closing the door for everyone. There were a few inconspicuous patches on the bedding, but it was very clean. The first bed on the right belonged to Jiang Wang. His bedding was similar to Ling He's. Although he hadn't been back for a long time, the bed was still very clean. Obviously, someone often cleaned it. Maybe it was Ling He, maybe it was Zhao Ruqing, or maybe it was Fang Pengju. The second bed on the right, next to Jiang Wang, belonged to Zhao Ruqing. His bed was unique in the entire dormitory. The bedding and sheets were all high-quality goods from Yunxiang Zhai. On the small bed in the dormitory, there was even a curtain embroidered with gold thread. There was a world of difference between him and Du Yehu. People who weren't familiar with Zhao Ruqing would probably think that he was difficult to get along with, but in fact, his living standards were too high. Even if he only came to the dormitory occasionally, he wanted it to be as luxurious and comfortable as possible. He had even spent a lot of money to renovate the entire dormitory into a top-notch guest room, if Jiang Wang hadn't beaten him up. Jiang Wang had spent 3 years in this dormitory since he entered the Tao Academy's outer sect at the age of 14. He was very familiar with every detail in the room. Things remain the same, but people have changed. Jiang Wang was silent for a while. Then he took off his shoes and socks, took off his outer robe, and lay down on his bed. He was very, very tired, but it was only at this moment that he could finally sleep in peace. When he wakes up, he floats on the ground, and when he dreams, he waits for the sky. The entire Maplewood city was square-shaped and orderly. The city lord's mansion was at the center, radiating in all directions. The eastern part of the city was the Tao Academy's territory, while the noble families lived in the western part of the city. Most of the people living in the southern part of the city were commoners, while the merchants and rich were mostly gathered in the northern part of the city. After seeing Jiang Wang walk out of the dean's quiet room safely, Ling He carried Fong Pengju's corpse and left the Tao Academy alone. When Fong Pengju was alive, he had many friends, but when he died, everyone despised him. His actions were despicable and vicious, and he deserved to be despised. Ling He didn't feel wronged for him, but he still felt some heartache. He used his outer robe to wrap Fong Pengju's body. The outer robe was very old, but it was very clean. For him, walking from the eastern part of the city to the western part wasn't very far, and he was very familiar with the road to the Fong family's mansion. But Ling He walked very slowly, his footsteps heavy. He couldn't bear to. He was the oldest, and he should have taken good care of his 4 sworn brothers, but he didn't do it. He still remembered the scene of the 5 sworn brothers by the Green Willow River, and the brilliant smiles of each of the 5 brothers. The Green Willow River was a tributary of the Clear River. It circled around the Oxhead Mountain, and the water in the river was very clear. It could reflect young faces and young hearts. That year they rode on horseback with swords in hand. That year they drank and chatted. There were countless times when they sparred in martial arts, and countless nights when they chatted by candlelight. They promised to enter the inner academy together, to ride the sword azure destiny together, and to transcend mortality and become saints together. Those memories, those promises. Ling He had never thought that there would be a day when the 5 of them, who were so congenial and affectionate, would turn against each other and face each other in life and death. How was this possible? He thought. He couldn't understand, but he carried Fong Pengju's cold body and finally walked to the Fong family's gate. "What are you doing here?" The gatekeeper stopped him and asked. The Fong family's mansion was very tall, high up in the sky. "Oh." Ling He carried Fong Pengju's body, and lowered his head slightly to express his greeting. "Fong Pengju has passed away, and I'm bringing his body back for your family's burial. If no one collected the body would be taken to a mass grave by the government to be disposed of." That was the favorite place for heterodox demons, and it was hard for them to be at peace after death. But Ling He didn't need to say this. He wasn't someone who liked to show off, and didn't think that this was any merit. The gatekeeper's expression changed, and he slammed the door shut. A voice came from behind the door. "Take him away! Old Master said he's not allowed to enter." "Little brother," Ling He said sincerely, "please report to your master again. No matter what, Pengju is still of the Fong family's bloodline. They might have said it in a moment of anger and won't ignore it." The gatekeeper seemed to hesitate for a moment. "I'll go ask again. Don't take the chance to barge in." "Little brother, please don't worry." Ling He carried Fong Pengju's body, and stood in front of the Fong family's door, listening to the footsteps leave in a hurry. He lowered his head and looked at Fong Pengju's cold face. "Pengju, look at what you've done. Even if you're dead, no one will remember your good deeds. Detestable." After a long time, the gatekeeper's voice came from behind the door again. "Old Master said." He thought for a moment and repeated the tone of the Fong family's master. "He's already dead. What's the point of bringing him back?" Ling He was stunned for a moment and mumbled, "The Fong family is a respectable family, and should give Pengju some face." Old Master said, "He already knows the cause of Fong Pengju's death. This kind of heartless and unjust person is not of the Fong family." "But he is of the Fong family," Ling He said. "Leave." The gatekeeper threw out a handful of knife coins. "If you continue to pester us, we'll report it to the government." The knife coins fell to the ground with tinkling sounds, attracting everyone's attention. If it was used to simply bury a corpse, it would be more than enough. The extra money would be a tip. This was the Fong family's attitude. Ling He was silent. He did not try to say anything else. He was very poor, and had been poor since he was young. He was very short of money. His only intact outer garment was wrapped around Fong Pengju's body, and his inner garment had many patches. He stood in front of the magnificent Fong family's door, like a poor relative who had been rejected. He carried Fang Pengzhu's body and turned to leave. From beginning to end, he did not look at the knife coins. This was Ling He's attitude. Chapter 8. Jiang Wang hadn't had a full night's sleep since he escaped from the full moon pavilion, so he slept exceptionally long this time. He had many dreams. He dreamed that he was slaughtering everyone on the sword discourse arena. He dreamed that he was cultivating at a rapid pace, riding the wind and breaking through the clouds. He dreamed that the sky was 10,000 miles long and 5 streaks of light were extremely fast. 5 streaks. He woke up. He sat up silently and leaned against the headboard. He couldn't tell if the sudden feeling was from his heart palpitating or grief. He shook his head and retracted his thoughts. The sky outside the window was already dark, but he was still alone in the dormitory. Jiang Wang frowned. It was normal for Du Yehu to drink for several days and nights, but Ling He had always followed the rules. It was impossible for him to stay out all night. The outer dormitory of the Maple Forest Tao Academy was a row of bungalows. He put on his clothes and went out. The door of the opposite dormitory was tightly shut. It was very quiet next door, and the corridor was inexplicably cold. Jiang Wang casually called out to a passing figure. "Junior brother, have you seen senior brother Ling He?" "Ling He? Never seen him," the person replied in an extremely stiff voice. He shook his head as he replied. Bang! His head actually broke off just like that. It fell to the ground and rolled a few times. He shook his head until it broke. Looking at the headless body that had just been talking, Jiang Wang felt a chill run up his spine and into his head. But he was still a battle-hardened veteran. He subconsciously took a step back and prepared to retreat to the dormitory, or at least take out his weapon. But the dormitory door was suddenly tightly shut. He couldn't push it open. It was as if there was someone in the room blocking the door, not letting him in. At this time, the headless body turned around and ran towards him with large strides with open arms. The head that had fallen to the ground rolled a few times before suddenly bouncing up and colliding with Jiang Wang before the body did. Its long hair was loose, its face twisted and hideous, its nose caved in, and its eyes bulged. It was an evil spirit of midnight, a murderous spirit. Playing tricks. Jiang Wang roared, hoping to alarm the outer sect disciples in the other dormitories. At the same time, he quickly retreated. This was the Maple Forest Tao Academy. Dong A, who had a 5th-rank cultivation, was overseeing it. The moment he detected any unusual movements, he would definitely kill him. No matter what kind of strange and evil being it would definitely not dare to cause too much of a commotion. If he could escape directly, that would be the best plan. However, the speed of the head was too fast, and Jiang Wang had no time to escape. So he took a few steps back and suddenly soared into the sky. He poured one of the only 2 Tao essence in his Tao meridians into his right leg, and then he twisted his body and kicked in the air. With the eruption of his Tao energy, this kick of his was far more powerful than before. The images of gods, ghosts, and demons were not just legends. Although Jiang Wang was not a complete transcendent, he had already seen the world of transcendent. He had killed people and seen blood, so he had long since developed courage. He told himself that it was a ball, not a head, it was just a ball. Bang! The boot and the head collided, and the head shot back at an even faster speed than before. It crashed into the headless body that was running forward, causing it to stagger. Kuju shot. At the same time, Jiang Wang also felt a sharp pain in the back of his foot. It turned out that the head had opened its bloody mouth at the same time as the kick, and had torn off a piece of flesh from his boot. The wound was faintly green. Jiang Wang knew that things were not good. It was probably the effect of corpse poison. However, he had already achieved his goal of attacking and stopping the enemy. He did not hesitate and turned to run. He ran to the end of the corridor in a few steps, but he was blocked by a layer of transparent primal chi. The force was not strong, but it was very tenacious and firmly blocked his path. This was a situation of encirclement. Jiang Wang's mind raced, and the last Tao essence in his Tao meridians exploded and condensed on his right shoulder. He madly exerted his strength and bumped his shoulder. "Open for me!" Jiang Wang felt his body become light, and he had already escaped from the corridor between the two rows of dormitories. Then he heard the sound of wind, the sound of insects, and the voices of returning outer sect disciples, the sounds of the night. The tranquil environment was broken. "Senior brother Jiang Wang, what are you doing? Senior brother, how did you get hurt?" Some outer sect disciples who saw Jiang Wang came over to greet him. When Jiang Wang heard the greetings of his familiar fellow disciples, he knew that he had escaped danger. He turned and rushed back to the corridor. As expected, it was empty. The headless body and the head had also disappeared. Meanwhile, people from the dormitories on both sides opened the doors and asked in confusion, "What happened? Why didn't the door open just now?" There was even a terrified voice that shouted, Someone died." Jiang Wang was the first to rush into the dormitory where the shout had come from. Only then did he discover the missing headless body. At this moment, he and his head were lying quietly on the ground. His face was still ferocious. The one who was trembling in the corner should be his panicked roommate. The opponent's methods were at least heterodox corpse controlling techniques and orthodox water element Tao technique. In other words, there was more than one opponent. Jiang Wang's mind raced, and he said decisively, "A demon broke into the outer sect at night to commit murder. He has mastered Tao techniques and is already extraordinary. His strength should be in the range of 9th grade. Junior brothers, please take good care of yourselves. Act in groups of 5 and cooperate with each other. From now on, seal off the dormitory area. No one is allowed to enter or leave. I'll immediately ask for instructions from the inner sect senior brothers." The panicked outer sect disciples suddenly had a backbone and did as they were told. Jiang Wang immediately turned and ran towards the inner sect. The entire eastern part of the city was Maple Forest Tao College and its subsidiary properties. However, only the courtyard surrounded by high walls in the center of the eastern part of the city could be considered the real Maple Forest Tao College. Outer sect disciples like Jiang Wang were scattered around the Tao College. Compared to the tall archway in front of the outer sect, the gate of the inner sect was much smaller. Could only allow 4 people to walk side by side. However, from the faint glow of the night and the engravings of dragons and phoenixes on the signboard, one could see the intricacies behind it. There was a small pavilion in front of the gate of the inner sect. There were only 2 lanterns hanging in front of the pavilion. There was only one ice grass praying mat in the pavilion. A handsome Taoist in sackcloth sat cross-legged on the praying mat, cultivating with his eyes closed. This was the inner sect disciple on duty today, Li Jianxiu. Jiang Wang rushed over and hurriedly bowed. "Senior brother Li, a heretical demon is committing murder in the outer sect. One of our junior brothers has already been killed. Please take charge of the situation." To the outer sect disciples, every inner sect disciple who embarked on the path of cultivation was a superstar. Having been in the Tao College for so long, Jiang Wang was naturally no stranger to them. As for Li Jianxiu, Jiang Wang, who had brazenly initiated the Tao-proof duel and attracted the dean's personal witness, was naturally not a nobody. Moreover, as the guard, he was duty-bound. Thus, after hearing a single sentence, he stood up with his sword in hand. "No need." A dignified voice rang out, causing Li Jianxiu to immediately withdraw his sword and bow. Dean Dong A appeared at the gate of the inner sect. His expression was cold and hard, and could even be said to be ugly. "I'll take care of this matter personally. Corpse Chi." He looked at the wound on Jiang Wang's foot that had been bitten by the flying head. He stretched out his index finger, and without any other movement, a jade-green spike had already formed. Only then did Jiang Wang notice that the wound on his foot had already started to fester, and black blood was beginning to flow. He couldn't help but feel terrified. A mid-grade, third-grade Dao technique, poison swallowing spike. This Dao technique is very practical, and can be used up to the mid-grade. Dong casually explained as he pointed with his index finger. Aside from super-grade Dao techniques were generally divided into 4 grades and 12 grades. The vast and boundless sea of Dao techniques could not be completely explored even in a lifetime. Every Dao cultivator who had embarked on the path of transcendence had to be clear about which Dao technique was most suitable for them, and through continuous combat and exploration, they would form their own combat system. The spike plunged into the wound on Jiang Wang's foot, and at a speed visible to the naked eye, the jade-green spike had turned completely black in the span of a few breaths. The wound was no longer greenish-black, but bright red blood was flowing out. Jiang Wang hurriedly tore off a corner of his clothes and bandaged the wound. Li Jianxue looked at this scene in silence, deep in thought. At this moment, Dong A asked, "What happened?" Jiang Wang recounted the incident in the shortest words, and no longer expressed any opinions. He believed, and could only believe, that the Dean of Maplewood City's Dao Academy would give him justice for the assassination attempt in the Dao Academy. The corners of Dong A's mouth curled up slightly. Because of his stern expression, his smile was exceptionally cold. "Unorthodox sect, how dare you come to Maplewood City's Dao Academy to cause trouble? You're looking down on the Dao Academy and me, Dong A." His Dao robe flung open, and his 5 fingers spread open as he bent over and pressed down on the ground. Jade cage. With his 5 fingers as the center, the invisible power of Wood Dao extended in all directions. All the doors of the Dao Academy slammed shut. Furthermore, the vines spread out and grew wildly. The ivy on the walls of the Dao Academy shot up like snakes, intertwining with each other in midair. All the wooden products in the Dao monastery had undergone a mutation. Wooden chairs grew branches, wooden windows opened claws, giant trees broke through the ground, and thorns danced wildly. In the blink of an eye, the entire Maplewood Dao Academy turned into a jade-green cage under the night sky. Chapter 9. All of this took a long time to describe, but from the moment Jiang Wang rushed to the inner yard to Dong A's brazen attack, everything happened in an extremely short period of time. Just as the vine snakes were about to completely encircle him in midair, a pale figure took advantage of the gap and soared into the sky at an extremely fast speed. He was about to escape. Swoosh, swoosh, swoosh. Countless wooden spikes shot out and pierced through his body in an instant. His body paused in midair until the violent wooden spikes stopped. Then, he fell from the sky. From his head to his calves there were dense bloody holes. He couldn't be more dead. The entire Dao Academy was silent. Regardless of whether it was the outer sect disciples or the inner yard disciples, they were all deeply shocked by this scene. Jiang Wang's eyelids twitched. That strange heretical demon died just like that? Dong A didn't even look at him. He said indifferently, "The remaining one, are you still hiding? What a joke." He walked leisurely into the sky. "Everything in the jade cage is under my control. Everything is full of vitality. Only your smell is disgusting." He reached out his right hand and clenched it lightly. A large hand grew out of a door and grabbed a person dressed as an outer sect disciple nearby. The 5 fingers of the wooden hand spread out and instantly swam around the person's body, locking him tightly. At the same time, the wooden arm quickly extended and lifted the person in front of Dong A, who was in midair. "Tell me, who sent you? How dare you commit murder in the Dao Academy?" Dong A's back was facing the starry sky. He looked down at the daring assassin from above. The wind seemed to have quieted down as it quietly waited for the person's answer. The ordinary-looking assassin suddenly grinned, and his entire head suddenly exploded. Dong A clenched his fist. A layer of water instantly enveloped the red and white matter, forming a bloated water ball. He glanced at the corpse from before. A seed broke through the ground and grew rapidly. The flower bud opened and turned into a large mouth that wrapped around the corpse. Dong A threw the water ball in as well. The flower's mouth closed and retracted back into the ground. The two corpses were cleaned up just like that. The anger on Dong A's face became more obvious. The cultivation seed of the Zhuang kingdom was killed in the Dao Academy. How dare this heretical demon? This matter must be thoroughly investigated. The city lord manor must give me an explanation. No matter who the mastermind is, he must be punished. The cultivation of a rank 5 powerhouse was fully displayed. His voice was like rolling thunder, shaking the entire city. Many people in Maplewood City paled upon hearing this. Soon after, a loud and clear voice also spread throughout the city. It was Maplewood City's city lord, Wei Qiji. Don't worry, Director Dong. No matter who or what they are involved in, once they are found, they will be killed without mercy. Jiang Wang watched this happen and vaguely felt that he had touched some kind of fierce whirlpool under the sea. The Taoist Academy was a place where the country nurtured talents and was where the country's fate lay. Committing murder in the Tao Academy had already crossed Dong A's bottom line. Chang Qin took advantage of the situation to ambush the enemy. He had already torn off a layer of Zhuang country's face. Although no one knew what the heretical path's motives were, it was hard to say that they weren't trying to test the government's reaction. Before today, it was common knowledge that Dong A and Wei Qiji were not compatible. The former belonged to Minister Du Rahai's faction, while the latter was a former subordinate of Great General Huangfu Duanming. With Dong A's strength, he didn't need to make such a big fuss to find the evil man. His use of Taoist techniques to cover the entire academy and his conversation with Wei Qiji from afar seemed more like a show of strength and a clear stance to intimidate those fellows who were ready to make trouble in the shadows. The Zhuang country was not at peace. Disperse. Dong A expressionlessly turned around and walked down from the sky. The doors jumped back to their original positions, the vine snakes slithered back to the walls. The entire Tao Academy was restored to its original state in an instant. The night had never been so quiet. Everything seemed like a dream. However, Jiang Wang's wounds, which had yet to heal, told him that this was real. This was the strength of a rank 5 powerhouse. This was also the scenery he was about to climb. When Zhao Ruqing heard the news and rushed to the Tao Academy, everything had already calmed down. Only the outer courtyard disciples were still gathered in 2s and 3s, excited by the director's might. He saw Jiang Wang in the dormitory. At that moment, this guy was using a handkerchief with golden threads to carefully wipe his sword. Naturally, the handkerchief was Zhao Ruqing's. There was no other person in the dormitory who would use it. Zhao Ruqing first noticed his carefully bandaged foot and sneered, "Oh, how did you get injured again? You're the best swordsman in the outer courtyard, aren't you?" "It's okay." Jiang Wang continued wiping his sword. "I can still teach you a lesson after squeezing out all the water." After saying this, he raised his head and smiled at Zhao Ruqing. "Little brother, you're just 1 year older than me and have practiced the sword for 1 more year." Zhao Ruqing curled his lips. 1 day older is still older. "Little brother." Zhao Ruqing rubbed his gums and said angrily, "Can you stop wiping? Do you know how many of your broken swords I can buy with this handkerchief of mine?" Jiang Wang laughed arrogantly. "Then do you know how many of your handkerchiefs the sword that I, Jiang Wang, have used will be worth in the future?" However, after saying this, he and Zhao Ruqing fell silent at the same time. Because these words had always been Fang Pengzhu's style. Using Zhao Ruqing's gold-embroidered handkerchief to wipe his sword was also a bad practice, he had started. In his words, "Our swords will be passed down through the ages." How can we not take good care of them? It's such a waste to use such a good handkerchief to wipe my face. Although Ruching is handsome, can his face be passed down through the ages? Some people had already disappeared, but the traces they left behind would still exist for a long time. It was Zhao Ruching who spoke first and changed the topic. Third brother, why do you think the demons attacked the Tao Academy this time? Could it be that it wasn't an accident? The Fang family shouldn't have the guts. Jiang Wang shook his head. But it's hard to say. Oh right, have you seen boss? Ling He had gone to the Fang family at noon to return the corpse, but he hadn't returned yet. He couldn't help but worry. Zhao Ruching raised his eyebrows. I heard he was kicked out of the Fang family. I don't know where he went after that. Jiang Wang was silent for a while. Let's go. We'll look for him. If you want to look for him, you can look for him. I'm not going to do bad deeds with some nice guy. Zhao Ruching pursed his lips. Hey, it's not like I invited him to eat the cold shoulder. Why are you looking at me like that? Jiang Wang only stared at him without speaking. He could only surrender. Okay. But it's so late. Where are we going to look? First of all, Jiang Wang analyzed. He definitely wouldn't throw him into a mass grave. But he doesn't have money. Zhao Ruching continued. And then, he's a sentimental person. Jiang Wang stood up and walked out. I know where he went. I also know what he's doing. Zhao Ruching followed behind and wrinkled his handsome nose. He's definitely crying. Chapter 10. From the west gate of Maplewood City, they walked along the official road for about 7 to 8 li before turning left into a small path. In less than half an hour, they could see the Green Willow River surrounded by weeping willows. At this moment, the night wind was blowing and the moon was reflected in the waves. When Jiang Wang walked out of the small path, he saw Ling He's thin figure standing by the river like a silent tree. Hey, let me see. Zhao Ruching rushed in front of him and said, You must be hiding and crying, right? Ling He was a little helpless. Why are you here? Your voice is a little hoarse. You must have cried. At this moment, a rough voice came from the bushes beside the river. Surnamed Zhao, do you know that sometimes you need to be taught a lesson? Brother Hu, you're here too? Zhao Ruching shrunk his neck. Du Yehu was a barbarian. He would really beat him up without caring about his handsome face. I was originally drinking here, Du Yehu said resentfully. The smell of alcohol wafted in the night wind. I didn't expect him to carry that guy over. What bad luck. That's right. Why did you bury him? Zhao Ruching continued. This kind of unscrupulous thing should be thrown into the river and let him float down to feed the fish and shrimps. Jiang Wang looked in the direction Du Yehu came out from. He's buried there? Lao San. Taking Jiang Wang's feelings into consideration, Ling He explained, I didn't forget Pingju's bad deeds, but I also remember his good deeds. My family wasn't well off and I often didn't have enough to eat. Pingju always used the excuse of wanting me to teach him martial arts and wouldn't let me leave until it was time to eat. He deserved to die, but I couldn't let his corpse be exposed in the wilderness. Of course, you were also very good to me. That year when we attacked the Black Bull camp, you saved me. Why are you saying this? Jiang Wang interrupted him. When my father was alive, he told me that adults are different from children. The first thing an adult needs to learn is to seek common ground while reserving differences. Those who don't play with me, so you can't play with me, are children. You and Fang Pingju and I, let's talk about our own business. I won't affect your feelings for him, and you won't affect my severing ties with him. That's true, Ling He said. He looked left and right at the bank of the green willows under the night sky. It feels like it was yesterday. Not much has changed here, but we are all different now. There's nothing that can't change. The only thing that doesn't change in this world is that it's always changing. After Zhao Ruching said this sentence meaningfully, he shamelessly leaned in front of Ling He and said, You don't have to bury someone until so late. Are you two hugging each other and crying? As soon as his voice fell, he rose from the ground and nimbly dodged Du Yehu's hairy leg that was flying towards him. Tsk, 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 getting angry out of humiliation. Before he could finish his provocative words, he hurriedly cupped his hands and bowed. I was wrong, brother Hu. Du Yehu rubbed his fists and chased after her. You didn't do anything wrong. I was just about to hug you and cry. Looking at the two fighting, Ling He leisurely said, but I believe there are some things that won't change. I agree with half of what you said. Jiang Wang said. Du Yehu and Zhao Ruqing's exchange of pointers somehow turned into a four-man melee. Punches and kicks were thrown out, tripping each other. In the end, everyone was gasping for breath, then laughing together, then hugging each other and crying. If someone passed by Green Willow River tonight, there would probably be some ghost story about water ghosts. The four brothers finally left Green Willow River side by side, leaving this place that recorded their youth and friendship. No one said anything else, but Zhao Ruqing turned his head and muttered, when we get there, don't harm your friends. You'll die. Moonlight flowed through the sparkling Green Willow River, and also poured down from the broken roof of the Huanjin Temple. Perhaps it was because of the moonlight, but the faces of the two people talking in this broken temple appeared extremely pale. One of them was a beautiful woman. She wore a bright red dress, and her figure was wonderful and curvaceous. Especially the dazzling whiteness at the slightly open neckline, it was so dazzling that people couldn't take their eyes off it. Her face was a little too pale. Logically speaking, she should appear weak and sickly, but she gave off an astonishingly gorgeous feeling. Perhaps it was because of her overly bright red lips? She sat on the dusty incense table without a care, so beautiful and so unperturbed. She used her little finger to gently wipe her red lips and said, the child beggars in this temple are all dead. It's really distressing. What can we use to ask for a divine decree? The voice seemed to first circle around the spider web at the corner of the eaves before it was sent to where it should be. It sounded a bit empty. A cultivator's life spirit is enough. The person who spoke stood at the door. Unlike the woman in red, he didn't even want to put half a foot in this filthy broken temple. He even used a handkerchief embroidered with plum blossoms to cover his mouth and nose. Oh, it's easy to say, the woman in red said. We have to be sneaky when killing a few mortals. Killing a cultivator? Are you afraid that the Zhuangguo Imperial Court won't be able to find us? Everyone in this city will die sooner or later. As the man spoke, he frowned. Do we have to choose a place like this to talk? The woman in red giggled. The world-famous Zhuangguo died here. The people of the Zhuangguo Imperial Court have turned this place inside out more than 10 times. There's no place cleaner than this. Speaking of Zhuangguo, she closed her eyes slightly and revealed an intoxicated expression. Even her pale face quickly flushed. I seem to be able to smell his majestic aura. Let's get back to business. The man calmly interrupted her reverie. Wei Qiji is not someone to be trifled with. Now that Dong A has come, we have to find the Daozi as soon as possible. Those Qinchu barbarians are fighting here, disrupting the Anjin Temple's sacrificial ceremony. If you ask me, instead of secretly capturing a few mortals, why don't we just sacrifice a cultivator? It's simpler and more straightforward. There's more than one way to seek death. Why do you have to be so rigid? Isn't it better to draw a sword and slit the throat? Or draw lightning to devour the body? Perhaps because her reverie was interrupted, the woman in red opened her beautiful eyes and stopped smiling. Before the Daozi appears, you better know what it means to keep a low profile. The man seemed to be somewhat annoyed. He covered his nose and said, Meow you? It's as if attacking Maplewood Daozi wasn't your idea. Now that you've stirred up a storm in the city, our grand plan will fail on the verge of success. What do you know? This world is too big, and there are too many accidents. Who would have thought that Zhuanglia would die like this? It just so happened to disrupt our sacrificial ceremony. At the bottom of the river of forgetfulness, Bai Gu has been silent for too long. There can't be any more accidents. Right now, Dong A is the most important person in Maplewood City. We have to know his strength and bottom line. A certain amount of sacrifice is unavoidable. Besides, the woman in red named Miaoyu licked her lips. Do you know that the beggars in this broken temple haven't all died? I smelled a familiar scent in Maplewood City's Daozi. This filthy environment made the man increasingly impatient. Is the life and death of a mere beggar worthy of my concern? This time, Miaoyu only stretched lazily, showing off her beautiful figure without a doubt. Idiot. The man narrowed his eyes, concealing the desire that flashed through his eyes. Don't think that just because you're the Daozi's woman in name, you can be so impudent. There have been many saintesses in the sect for thousands of years. When the Daozi appears, whether or not he wants you, whether or not he recognizes you, we'll have to see. Beautiful white bones, empty and illusory. Can't you see through it? The man turned and walked out of the temple. Whether or not I see through it, what does it matter? That's all there is to it. After a long time, in this quiet and broken old temple, a seductive murmur softly sounded, rippling out like moonlight. How could he not love me? How could he not want me? I've waited for so many years, waited for so many years. Chapter 11. At the side of the gurgling river, the boy clenched the small wooden sword in his hand, staring firmly at the white-haired man who was flying over on the sword. You have a good nature. Do you want to come with me? The white-haired man said. Although he was young, how could he not see the scenery of the whistling blue sky? Just as he was about to answer, he heard a stubborn voice from the side. Take me away. The owner of the voice was his playmate, who had just lost to him in a sword duel. The boy was well aware of his playmate's stubbornness. For example, today's sword duel. He couldn't count how many duels it had been. But because his playmate had lost once before, he was so stubborn that he wouldn't stop until he won back. The boy thought, then we can go cultivate together. He couldn't remember many details, but he still remembered the white-haired man's eyes. They were as clear as a stream, and as high as the sky. The white-haired man looked at them with those eyes. Looking at the two young children who had been inseparable since they were young, the corners of his mouth curved into an indescribable smile. I will only take one disciple, the white-haired man said. He repeated, both of you are not bad, but I will only take one of you. What to do? The boy thought at that time, but he only had time to think for a moment. The next moment, he was pushed into the river. Bang! There was the sound of water exploding. His friend, the friend who played with him naked, who was only a child, actually pushed him into the water without any hesitation. Through the rippling water, he saw his friend's expressionless face and the white-haired man's calm gaze. Then, a frosty white sword aura soared into the sky. His playmate and the white-haired man were wrapped in that gorgeous and dazzling sword aura. Like a bolt from the blue, it came suddenly and left suddenly. Just like the legends of countless immortals, they brushed shoulders with sad and mediocre mortals, leaving behind only an unforgettable, unbelieving, and waking up from countless midnight dreams. Jiang Wang opened his eyes. The pitch-black night enveloped his surroundings, and also enveloped him. The dormitory was exceptionally quiet. Ling He and Du Yehu's breathing was long, with a special rhythm. Jiang Wang knew that they were practicing the basic breathing technique. Although the basics were shallow, only inner sect disciples could learn it. This was the foundation of the National Academy of Zhuang Country, which had not been easy for hundreds of years. There was not much suspense about the inner school students of the Maplewood Dao Academy. Ling He, Du Yehu, and Zhao Ruqing became new inner sect disciples. Their names were recorded on the Daoist Jade archives in the Ancestral Hall. It was just that before his Tao meridians appeared, he could not be considered an official Taoist priest. The meridian unlocking pill was hard to come by. Even though the Maplewood City Tao Academy was enshrined by the country, it was impossible to give it to every disciple for free. As the most outstanding batch of outer sect disciples who were selected to enter the inner sect, they would usually have to endure for at least a year and accumulate enough merits before they were qualified to obtain the meridian unlocking pill. Only the person with the highest contribution points could exchange for a meridian unlocking pill. This was the Tao Academy's special incentive for outer sect disciples. Therefore, since there was Jiang Wang in this year's competition, no one else could copy his path. Even so, Jiang Wang had only managed to accumulate enough contribution points to exchange for the meridian unlocking pill after fighting with his life on the line. Now, there was no other Western mountain bandits within a 100-mile radius of Maplewood City to exterminate. They entered the Tao Academy's outer sect and cultivated diligently, defeating countless competitors to enter the inner sect. After entering the inner sect, they continued to cultivate diligently and accumulate contribution points at the same time. Finally, they were given the meridian unlocking pill and entered the transcendence realm. This was the path of a normal cultivator in the Zhuang country. It could also be considered a clear and bright path that could be seen. However, compared to those who were born with Tao meridians and directly entered the inner sect to cultivate, these youths who took the outer sect path had to waste too much time. On the path of cultivation, one slow step was followed by another. This was why Jiang Wang risked his life to complete missions in the outer sect. At the same time, it was also why Fang Pingzhu could not control his greed. No one was willing to wait so many years. Therefore, Jiang Wang understood Fang Pingzhu's desire, but could not forgive his methods. 4 outstanding martial artists like them, whether it was Ling He or Du Yehu, who had less desire for the transcendence realm than Fang Pingzhu. However, they did not do such a despicable thing. Jiang Wang's father once said, "A person is determined by his choices." Jiang Wang deeply agreed. Previously, he was also caught in a difficult choice. As everyone knew, there were 9 ranks of cultivators. The first rank was respected, and the 9th rank was seen as the beginning of the transcendence realm. The symbol of the 9th rank was the formation of Tao vortices and the birth of Tao essence. Cultivators had a long history and naturally had a very detailed and in-depth study of the first step of the transcendence realm. The spine was seen as the dragon of the human body, and the Tao meridians were hidden in the spine. After the Tao meridians appeared, a cultivator could feed the power of qi and blood into the Tao meridians and form Tao essence. Tao essence was the foundation of all Tao techniques and also the foundation of the transcendence realm. Take Jiang Wang's earthworm meridians as an example. Every time he activated the earthworm, he needed to mobilize a considerable amount of qi and blood. After circulating the entire spine dragon, it could form one Tao essence. For cultivators at Jiang Wang's level, they could at most do 2 meridian unlocking cultivation sessions a day and accumulate 2 Tao essence. It was not that he did not work hard, but that his body did not allow it. The consumption of qi and blood was too great, damaging one's origin and spirit. The gains did not make up for the losses. After accumulating Tao essence, the next step was to control the Tao essence and lay out the corresponding formation points according to the foundation-laying formation diagram. Once the formation was formed, Tao vortices would be born. As a cultivator who had already opened his meridians, the Maplewood Tao Academy naturally taught him the foundation-laying formation diagram. It was the origin-returning formation that was commonly used in the Zhuang country. There were a total of 81 formation points. In other words, under the condition that there were no mistakes in laying out the foundation-laying formation diagram, he would need at least 41 days, which was close to 1.5 months, to truly become a 9th-rank cultivator. The 2 Tao essence that Jiang Wang had previously accumulated had already been used up in the battle. Before this, Jiang Wang naturally had nothing to worry about. However, now that he had accidentally entered the great illusionary land and inherited Zhuo Guanglie's true cave ruins blessed land, he had unlocked the corresponding sword discourse platform and Tao development platform. Thus he had new worries. Yesterday, after he obtained the origin returning formation diagram, in order to test the effects of the Tao development platform, he used all of his 1850 merit points to deduce the foundation-laying formation diagram. In the end, he obtained the incomparably complicated heavenly cycle star formation diagram. The entire foundation-laying formation diagram had 365 formation points, not to mention the difficulty of laying out the heavenly cycle star formation diagram. Even if he could perfectly replicate the foundation-laying formation diagram, he would need at least half a year to be able to form the first Tao whirlpool. And after that, from the 9th rank to the 8th rank, he would need to form 3 Tao whirlpools. From the 8th rank to the 7th rank, he would need to form 9 Tao whirlpools. If he calculated it this way, the time needed was too long. The heavenly cycle star formation was undoubtedly stronger than the origin returning formation. However, the long time needed to lay down the foundation was precisely what Jiang Wang was hesitating about. He needed to increase his cultivation as quickly as possible so that he could catch up to those cultivators with naturally manifested Tao meridians. However, time waited for no one. However, after waking up from tonight's dream, he had already made his choice. Jiang Wang closed his eyes and activated the only Tao essence that he had formed yesterday, slowly moving it within his spine. In the vaguely perceptive world that was controlled by Tao energy, this was a vast and boundless space. Because large dragons resided here, this place was also called the Spine Sea. However, in the mouths of cultivators, this place had an even more resounding name, Tong Tian Palace. Passing through Tong Tian Palace and opening the Heaven and Earth Gate was the transformation of a low-level cultivator to a mid-level cultivator. In the boundless Tong Tian Palace, a single Tao essence was as insignificant as a speck of dust. However, it did not follow the waves. Instead, it resolutely and stubbornly carried out Jiang Wang's will. Moving, finally, it hovered at the ideal place. That was the position of the sun in the heavenly cycle star formation diagram. When this Tao essence hovered, Jiang Wang seemed to see the eyes of that young white-haired cultivator. He would never forget when he was pushed into the water. Those eyes seemed to be saying to him, "The path of cultivation is to fight." Chapter 12. The Tao rushes, but when used, it is full. Yuanhe. Like the master of all things. File it, resolve it, with its light, with its dust. Zhan He. Seems or exists. I do not know whose son he is, but he is the predecessor of the Elephant Emperor. The old Taoist's voice was extremely soft, but it was clearly heard by every person in the scholarly academy. When he finished his last word, his brows suddenly drooped as if he would fall asleep in the next moment. He looked like a dying old man. Jiang Wang did not dare to tarry. He respectfully bowed with his senior brothers before rising to leave his seat. This old man might seem unremarkable, but he was the vice principal of Maplewood City's Tao Academy, Song Qifeng. To be more precise, before Dong A came, he was the true principal of Maplewood City's Tao Academy. He had taken root in Maplewood City for several decades. However, he was already over 80 years old, but his cultivation remained stagnant at the 7th rank, unable to open the Heaven and Earth Gate. As a result, he had long since lost interest in improving himself. Instead, he buried himself in scriptures and devoted himself to teaching the Tao. As a result, he was rather loved and respected. After Dong A came, he did not fight for anything, fully cooperating so that Dong A could smoothly take control of Maplewood City's Tao Academy. In return, Dong A gave him extremely high respect. In all of Maplewood City, no one could surpass Song Qifeng in terms of prestige and virtue. Even as he walked out of the scholarly academy, Jiang Wang was unable to calm down. Instead, he was immersed in a great emotion. What was the Tao? It could not be seen or touched, but it was omnipresent and boundless. How could one recognize it, understand it, and pursue it? The more one pursued it, the more one understood it, the more one recognized it, the more one felt ignorant and insignificant. He could only sigh, Yuanha? Yuanha? Ling he recited as he walked, wanting nothing more than to chew it over and over again. Although Zhao Ruqing had never placed much importance on schoolwork, he was also pensive. Only Du Yehu was yawning, as if he had just taken a nap. There were 10 inner court students in each class. In terms of basic breathing techniques, Du Yehu's progress was only behind Jiang Wang, who had already manifested his Tao meridians. It had to be said that he was extraordinarily talented. However, he truly could not listen to those so-called scriptures of the great Tao. On the contrary, when it came to classes on techniques, he was immediately brimming with energy. The inner sect was the true Tao Academy. This saying was not false at all. When he was in the outer sect, he was only taught some simple martial skills. Every once in a while, the inner sect senior brothers would come over to give him pointers. After entering the inner sect, there would be a scripture lesson every 5 days and a magic lesson every 10 days. The former studied scriptures, while the latter practiced martial arts. They were all taught by experienced Taoists. If he had any difficulties in cultivation, he could ask his teachers for help at any time. Those martial skills that needed to be exchanged with contribution points in the outer sect were also available to the inner sect disciples without restriction. However, it wasn't very attractive to the inner sect disciples of the Tao Academy. It wasn't that the martial Tao wasn't strong. It was just that the entire cultivation world of the Zhuang country mainly relied on the Taoist cultivation method. Although the Maplewood City Tao Academy had collected some martial arts techniques, they were only used as a transitional supplement for the outer sect disciples. Naturally, they were not that strong and were far inferior to the power of Tao technique. Therefore, no one would give up what was close at hand for what was far away. "Senior brother Jiang, please wait," a voice rang out behind him. Jiang Wang turned around and recognized that it was Fong Helling, who had entered the inner sect at the same time. He was from the 3 great families of Maplewood City, and Fong Pingju was his cousin. Speaking of which, he wasn't qualified to enter the inner sect of the City Tao Academy. However, the 3 great families had to occupy a spot in every batch of inner sect students. This was almost a tacit rule. Fong Pengju was naturally selected. As for Fong Helling, no one knew what price the Fong family had paid in secret. This was very realistic. Although cultivation was an extraordinary path, in this world, as long as it was a person's path, there would always be intricate and complicated relationship. It would never be so pure. Even the Maplewood City Tao Academy was no exception. "What's the matter?" Jiang Wang asked faintly. It's nothing." Fong Helling was dressed in a white robe. He cupped his hands and looked rather elegant. "I just want to apologize to you for Fong Pengju's wild ambition. He has already been removed from the family register. My Fong family doesn't have such a heartless and unjust person. He is him, and you are you. You don't have to apologize for him. What he did has nothing to do with you." Jiang Wang left after speaking. He really wasn't in the mood to put on a show with this kind of young master. But Fong Helling clearly felt that he had been insulted. He was from one of the 3 great families of Maplewood City. If he personally apologized to Jiang Wang, who had come from a poor family, even if Jiang Wang wouldn't be moved to tears, he would at least shake hands and appreciate him. Why did he look so cold? "Senior sect brother Jiang, why are you in such a hurry?" Fong Heling hurried a few steps and circled in front of Jiang Wang's group. He said with a smile, "I forgot to tell Senior Sect Brother Jiang that I just took the meridian unlocking pill yesterday and my meridians have manifested." He tried to restrain himself, but his smugness was still evident. "And then?" Jiang Wang asked. Fong Heling stilled and said, "Of this batch of intersect students, only the two of us have manifested our meridians early. We should get closer." In the end, he was still young. Although he had been taught to maintain etiquette since he was young, his words had already shown that he had no respect for anyone else. "You and I are the only heroes in the world." He really did not hate Jiang Wang for Fong Pengju's death. If Fong Pengju had not died, he would not have had the chance he had now. If not for the fact that he did not want to ruin the reputation of the three great families and protect a spot in Maplewood City's Dow College, even if his father was the next leader of the Fong family, he would not have been able to persuade the family to pay such a great price to buy the meridian unlocking pill. Then he would have to wait until next year to enter the intersect, or he might not even enter next year. After all, there were only 10 spots in a year. How many eyes in Maplewood City were watching? If the family had other disciples who were more outstanding than him, his father could not be too obvious. Fong Pengju's reservation of that spot was proof. Jiang Wang replied with an "oh" and walked around Fong Heling, minding his own business. He knew that Fong Heling was the legitimate son of the next leader of the Fong family, a direct descendant of one of the three great families. He also knew that Fong Heling had no intention of starting a conflict with him right now. In order to maintain the Fong family's reputation, he would probably call him brother. But why? Why did such an outstanding person like Fong Pengju beg so hard for a meridian unlocking pill, and become more and more extreme? And in just a few days after his death, this Fong Heling already had one? Others might not know the background of this Fong Heling, but how could the brothers not know? If he had any potential, Fong Pengju would not have had the chance to raise his head in the Fong family. Even if Fong Pengju had betrayed his benefactor and died, did this ignorant son of a rich family have the right to trample on him? Jiang Wang did not flare up on the spot. He was already restraining himself. Ling He, Du Yehu, and the others did not even look at him from start to finish. The group walked away, leaving only Fong Heling standing on the spot. The smile on his face slowly stiffened. He did not expect to be ignored. After he swallowed the meridian unlocking pill, his Tao meridians manifested, and he entered the inner sect. He was still ignored. He remembered when he first entered the outer sect and met these prominent figures outside the Tao College. He excitedly went forward to greet his cousin's friends and get to know them. His cousin didn't even see him as he walked away with his arms around these people's shoulders. He did not forget the disappointment at that time, so he went to Jiang Wang and the others as soon as he consolidated his meridian opening. He did not know if he wanted to prove anything, but at least they had to look at him. But there was nothing. Everything had changed, but it was as if nothing had changed. "Jiang Wang!" Fong Heling shouted in his heart. He tried to control his expression, but his face was already very ugly. Chapter 13. The sun finally set in the west, and the entire world entered the night with a sigh. The small earth dragon in the Tongtian Palace finally finished its long journey and spat out a round and full Tao energy. The sunrise and sunset were the best times of the day for cultivation. The sun was warm but not strong. It was warm but not harmful. Especially for beginner cultivators, it could protect their Tao meridians very well. There was no lack of examples in the past where the true fire of the sun ignited the fire in their hearts and destroyed their meridians. This was the so-called purple aura in the morning and red clouds in the evening. Even Jiang Wang, who had practiced martial arts since he was young, felt that his qi and blood power had been squeezed to a critical point. If it went any lower, his vitality would be damaged. The Earth Dragon in the Tongtian Palace also looked a little dispirited. Of course, at this critical point, his body would not feel weak. The Tao energy that was nurtured in the heavenly palace was like a small heart, pumping power all the time. All of this made Jiang Wang deeply understand the teachings he had received in class. From the qi and blood power to the birth of Tao energy, this was a kind of sublimation of power. It was the prerequisite for people to become extraordinary. It was said that real martial arts cultivators did not cultivate Tao energy. Instead, they purely refined their physique and blood. That was another way. In the current world, there were feudal lords, sects, and hundreds of schools of thought. The great Tao was endless. It could be said that it was a golden age for cultivation. Of course, for Jiang Wang, who was in the Zhuang country, he had no other choice. Jiang Wang carefully controlled his Tao energy to move in the Tongtian Palace to fill in the heavenly cycle star formation that he had long memorized. This process was not easy. The reason was that a person's mental strength was similar to qi and blood power. There was a limit to it at a certain stage. For cultivators like Jiang Wang, who had just stepped on the path of transcendence, moving his Tao energy twice a day was the limit. Any more and it would cause his mental strength to be dispirited. In serious cases, it might even damage his mind. Jiang Wang knew that the foundation-laying formation he had chosen would take a long time, so he did not dare to waste time. It was as if he was walking on thin ice. As long as there was a slight mistake, he would have to start over. However, he did not give himself time to start over. There were only 2 chances to set up the array formation every day, and he couldn't miss it even once. Even though the heavenly cycle star array diagram was much more complicated and difficult than the origin returning array diagram. If someone were to cultivate at the same time as Jiang Wang, and he chose to lay the foundation of the Guiyuan array diagram, he would definitely be much faster than Jiang Wang on the basis of a perfect array of array points. Jiang Wang didn't know if he had made the right choice, but since he had made the choice, there was no turning back. He could only move forward and do his best. Fortunately, he did a good job. When the last round of meridian-breaking cultivation ended, there were already dozens of Tao energy balls floating in the heavenly connecting palace. They were full, like ripe rice in the autumn paddy field, and they emitted the smell of a bumper harvest. All of these would be his resources to reach the heavens. However, for Jiang Wang, he still had one more important matter to attend to. At this time, the dormitory was empty. Ling He and Du Yehu were both out on missions. Having already entered the inner sect, they naturally desired the meridian unlocking pill even more. Jiang Wang's heart sank as he entered the great illusionary realm. Today was the 15th of July, the challenge day of the month. If nothing went wrong, he would be challenged by the owner of the Green Jade altar today. He would smoothly be demoted. It was still a familiar scene, the great starry sky. Jiang Wang sat cross-legged and silently looked at the shadow of the sundial, waiting for the moment of the challenge. He wanted to see the strength of a true powerhouse in this world. Even though he had heard of such an intense battle in the Anata temple, he had never seen it with his own eyes. When Dong A attacked that time, the opponent had no power to resist. Sitting cross-legged in this starry sky, he felt that his heart had also become empty. When humans looked up at the starry sky for the first time, history began to charge forward. Compared to the vast galaxy, everything in the human world was insignificant and illusory. After an unknown period of time, 5 words appeared on the shadow of the sundial: the challenger forfeited. Jiang Wang felt relieved, but he also felt an inexplicable sense of regret. He had preserved the merit of the true cave ruins blessed land this month, but that might only be because of the powerful deterrence of the previous owner of the blessed land. That fiery figure named Zhuanglie. Those who entered the great illusionary realm would usually conceal their identity in the real world. Apart from themselves, nobody knew what kind of reputation they had in the great illusionary realm. Therefore, very few people knew that the owner of the true cave ruins in the great illusionary realm was Zhuo Guanglie of the Tianjiao of the Chu dynasty in the real world. Now, no one would know about it. Even if someone had made an accurate guess based on his battle style, it would all be overturned now. This was because normally, when a person in the real world died, their identity in the great illusionary realm would also disappear. However, Zhuo Guanglie had forcefully activated the power of Zhurong's true body, almost burning through space and time. Due to the entanglement of a powerful obsession, all sorts of reasons were mixed together, resulting in an accident. As a result, the great illusionary realm could not retrieve the virtual key in time and was branded by Jiang Wang. He also inherited everything that Zhuo Guanglie had in the great illusionary realm. Blessed Land 23 True Cave Ruins. This month's merit was 1,850 points. Dao Development Stage, Jiang Wang said in his heart. A bamboo table appeared in front of him out of thin air, but it did not seem out of place. It was as natural as crops growing from the ground, even if the process was ignored. There was nothing else on the bamboo table except for an open jade book, which was currently blank. Jiang Wang had experienced this before. He only needed to visualize the technique he wanted to deduce and put in the corresponding merit, and the final technique would appear on the jade book. The previous foundation-laying formation, the heavenly cycle stars formation, was obtained by deducing the origin restoration formation. Now, the foundation-laying formation had yet to be completed, and the Tao vortex had yet to be formed. Naturally, it was unrealistic to deduce Tao technique. Even Jiang Wang himself could only simulate Tao techniques in his heart. He had never really practiced Tao techniques. After all, in the early stages of cultivation, Tao energy was too precious. However, it could not be said that he could leave the merit points for the future. One must know that in the path of cultivation, one would fall behind if one did not advance. Tomorrow or an accident, one did not know which would come first. Therefore, it was right to strengthen oneself as much as possible at every stage. Jiang Wang thought about it and chose a fierce sword technique among the few sword techniques he was most proficient in to deduce. The merit points he chose to consume were 1,850 points. The atmosphere of the entire Zhuang country emphasized Tao techniques and lightness martial art. However, Jiang Wang did not have a choice at this stage. Without establishing a foundation, he did not dare to use any stronger Tao technique. Since he had chosen to strengthen his sword technique, he would do his best and spare no effort. Many words appeared on the jade book on the bamboo table. It was an ordinary sword technique that Jiang Wang had learned from the outer sect of Maplewood City's Tao Academy. Other than being fierce, there was nothing special about it. However, at this moment, the number of merit points on the Solar Diviner's phantom image was constantly decreasing. The words on the jade book on the bamboo table also began to change rapidly. Jiang Wang looked at it with rapt attention. The words seemed to transform into human figures that were dancing with their swords. The more they danced, the faster they became. In the end, they seemed to be mixed together. Jiang Wang could not help but squint his eyes. He actually had the illusion that he was being stabbed by a sharp blade. When he blinked and looked again, the words on the jade book had already quieted down. What appeared in front of him was a mysterious sword technique that he had never seen or even imagined before. When he was in the outer sect, Jiang Wang was recognized as the best swordsman. However, at this moment, as he flipped through this sword technique, he suddenly felt that what he had practiced in the past was only suitable for farming. The number of merit points on the Solar Diviner's phantom image had already decreased to 0. However, Jiang Wang let out a sigh of satisfaction. Everything was worth it. Chapter 14. In Zhao Ruqing's luxurious mansion, two figures suddenly separated and reunited amidst the sword gleams. Clang! Zhao Ruqing's hand trembled, and his long sword flew out of his hand. Jiang Wang's long sword had stopped beside his neck, and he was looking at him with a faint smile. So powerful! Zhao Ruqing exclaimed. What sword technique is this? There was a gap between his sword technique and Jiang Wang's, but it wasn't too big. In the past, he could always win 3 to 5 out of 10 battles. Today, he had fought 20 battles in a row, but he didn't win a single battle. Jiang Wang smiled as he sheathed his sword. This sword technique was indeed a mysterious technique that used martial arts to enter the Tao. There were a total of 9 training techniques and 5 killing techniques. He had only mastered 4 training techniques and 1 killing technique, but his understanding of sword techniques was already much better than before. He estimated that his battle prowess had reached the standard. If he met the demon who attacked him that night again, he would definitely be able to put up a fight. I obtained this sword technique by chance, and it doesn't have a name. Ruqing, you are well versed in both the pen and the sword. What do you think it should be called? Zhao Ruqing pondered for a moment. This is the Son of Swords. It should be called Purple Aura Comes from the East. Purple Aura Comes from the East. Jiang Wang's eyes flashed with a strange light. Good name. In that instant, he seemed to have seen a majestic aura on Zhao Ruqing that he had never seen before. But it was probably an illusion, because Zhao Ruqing picked up the longsword that had fallen and jumped in front of Jiang Wang. He still had that carefree look on his face as he said with a cheeky smile, "Third brother, teach me." Okay. Jiang Wang smiled brightly. Both of them were sword experts in the mortal world, so they knew how precious the purple aura comes from the East was. It was completely different from the martial arts passed down in the mortal world. It was an extraordinary sword technique that allowed one to enter the Tao through martial arts. Those powerful sword cultivators did not lose to Tao technique experts in the slightest. Such a sword technique was enough to cause a bloodbath in the pugilistic world. But of these two, one wanted to learn while the other taught casually. This made it seem like this sword technique was insignificant. When Jiang Wang returned to the Tao Academy, it was already late. Apart from schoolwork, Zhao Ruqing would not stay in the Tao Academy. He was the epitome of a rich playboy. He was so busy trying to figure out the mysteries of the East Rising Purple Chi sword technique that he only saw Li Jianxiu standing with his sword when he reached the entrance of the inner yard dormitory. "What are you thinking about? Why are you so engrossed?" Li Jianxiu smiled faintly. "Some problems with swordsmanship," Jiang Wang answered frankly. "Why did senior brother Li come here? No wonder junior brother Zhang's swordsmanship is so amazing." Li Jianxiu praised casually before saying, "Teacher Dong asked you to go to his place tomorrow morning after class. I saw that you weren't in the dormitory, so I waited for a while." I've been in Ru Cheng's mansion all afternoon." Jiang Wang was a little embarrassed. "How could I dare to make senior martial brother Li wait for me? Just leave a message for the waiter." The inner sect disciples were served by people who took care of their food and clothing so that these Taoist seeds could focus on their cultivation. "Since Dong Shi has ordered me to inform you of this matter, I can't entrust this matter to anyone else. I'm not a descendant of a noble family. I'm so noble that I can't wait for anyone." Jiang Wang lowered his head slightly. "I'm a little nervous." He was indeed nervous. After all, Li Jianxiu was 2 years older than him and was one of the most outstanding people in that year. It was certain that Li Jianxiu would go to Qinghe County Academy for further studies in the future. He was one of the few talents in the entire city academy. However, such a person was standing in front of the dormitory waiting for him without any impatience. Li Jianxiu patted Jiang Wang's shoulder. "I think junior martial brother Jiang has a bright future. Don't be so estranged." After saying that, he turned and left. It was a quiet night. After the morning class the next day, Jiang Wang went to Dong A's residence. In addition to Li Jianxiu, there were 2 other people in the small courtyard. One of them was also a senior martial brother named Zhang Linchuan. He was born in the Zhang family, one of the 3 major families in Maplewood City. He was one of the most powerful disciples in the city academy and had a good reputation. His appearance was not very handsome, but he was tall and slender, and had his own elegance. His clothes and accessories were all exquisite and proper. At the moment, he was standing in the courtyard and listening to the people next to him. The other person in the courtyard was Fong Helling. When he saw Jiang Wang coming in, he deliberately raised his voice. "Brother Zhang, yesterday the hunters in my village sent a pair of good bear paws. Tomorrow I'll ask the chef of Wangyue restaurant to cook it well. Let's taste it together." Zhang Linchuan nodded with a smile. Fong Helling turned his head and invited, "Senior Marshal Brotherly, come with us." Li Jianxiu didn't disrespect him and just smiled. "I'll go when I'm free." Before Fong Helling continued to flatter him, Li Jianxiu took a few steps toward the courtyard gate. "Junior Marshal Brother Jiang, you're here?" He went out of his way to greet him. Jiang Wang hurried a few steps and said, "Sorry, I'm late." He walked to Li Jianxiu and saluted Zhang Linchuan. "Senior Marshal Brother Zhang, nice to meet you." Only Fong Helling didn't seem to see him. "Nice to meet you." Zhang Linchuan smiled and nodded, as if he didn't notice the undercurrent between Jiang Wang and Fong Helling. But some people had to stand out. "Humph." Fong Helling snorted abruptly and said sarcastically, "Senior Marshal Brother Zhang and Senior Marshal Brother Li came early because of Master Dong's order. I didn't even have time to go to the morning class, and came here as soon as I woke up. I don't know what kind of person he is that he dares to make Master Dong and 2 senior martial brothers wait for him." Jiang Wang still ignored him, and only saluted Li Jianxiu and Zhang Linchuan. "I came here as soon as I finished my morning class. I definitely didn't neglect Master's order. I just had morning and evening classes and recited sutras. I didn't dare to slack off for even a moment." Li Jianxiu patted Jiang Wang's shoulder again to show his closeness. "It's okay. We came early, not you. The path of cultivation doesn't allow slacking. Although Senior Marshal Brother Zhang, and I don't have to go to the academy to recite sutras with our junior martial brothers, we still did our morning classes in our rooms." Fong Helling was even more annoyed, but he didn't dare to fan the flames any more since Li Jianxiu had expressed his attitude. At this moment there was a squeak. Dong A pushed open the door and came out. "You're all here?" He looked around and exuded a dignified aura. The 4 of them bowed. "Master Dong." Dong A waved his hand. He had a straightforward and decisive personality and didn't like to drag things out. He immediately said, "I called you all here today because I have a mission for you. You should all know that a demon attacked the Outer Academy and killed an Outer Academy disciple. The arrest department has been investigating for a long time and still hasn't found anything. We don't have to wait for them to deal with the Academy's matter, so I'll let you investigate this matter. You'll be rewarded with an 8th rank mission." Unlike Outer Academy missions, Inner Academy missions began with a ranking. Usually, the ranking would be determined by the strongest combat power encountered during the mission. Moreover, the reward wasn't measured in contribution points, but Dao point. The difference in difficulty was like heaven and earth. Naturally, the rewards were also different. Take the Meridian Unlocking Pill for example. Outer Academy contribution points could only be exchanged for a heavenly amount, but Dao points only required 100 points. Of course, 100 Dao points wasn't easy to obtain. Just based on the heretical demon's attack on the Outer Academy, the strength displayed by the demon was only in the 9th rank range. Dong A's promotion of the 8th rank mission was clearly somewhat encouraging. Jiang Wang and Fong Helling are the only disciples in this batch with 2 manifested Dao meridians. They need to be properly sharpened. Linchuan, Jianxiu, you've cultivated for a longer time, so you can take your 2 junior brothers and split up to investigate. The mission reward will be split 90%. Whoever finds it first will get 90%. Zhang Linchuan and Li Jianxiu bowed. As master commands. Dong A waved his sleeves and returned to his room. Clearly, he didn't plan on getting involved in the following matters. Zhang Linchuan had clearly come prepared. After a moment of thought, he said, I have friends in the arrest department. There are 2 clues about this demon's attack that are most useful. One is that before the demon's attack, they stayed at Fortune Inn for 3 days. There should be some clues left behind. The other is that a family in Tangxi town was exterminated. There's corpse energy at the scene, which is somewhat similar to the demon's attack on our outer academy. Junior brotherly, which one do you choose? Li Jianxiu said, This is senior brother Zhang's information. Naturally, it's up to you. Zhang Linchuan wasn't surprised. If Li Jianxiu had any brains, he wouldn't compete with him at this time. Saying all this was just a formality. He nodded at once. So, I'll go to Tangxi town. Junior brotherly, go to Fortune Inn. Standing next to Zhang Linchuan, Fang Heling's eyes lit up. With senior brother Zhang's help, how can those heterodox demons hide? Then, he glanced at Jiang Wang proudly. Anyone with a discerning eye could see that Tangxi town was more suitable for the demon's infiltration. The clues were clearer. In Fang Heling's view, this was his first 8th-rank mission, and he was going to take the lion's share. At this time, Zhang Linchuan said to Li Jianxiu, Junior brotherly, how about I guide Jiang Wang? Li Jianxiu didn't bat an eyelid. Okay. In fact, everyone's previous positions had tacitly agreed to split up. Jiang Wang was more familiar with Li Jianxiu, while Zhang Linchuan and Fang Heling were both from the 3 major surnames. Although Jiang Wang didn't understand why Zhang Linchuan didn't choose Fang Heling, who had a closer family background and was more familiar with him, he didn't have the right to choose. He immediately bowed and said, Then I'll have to trouble you, senior brother Zhang. Zhang Linchuan and Li Jianxiu were both experienced. They quickly distributed the tasks and some supplies that might be needed in the mission. Jiang Wang also took the initiative to help with the preparations. Only Fang Heling stood there, his face alternating between blue and white. He had some opinions to express, but he couldn't say a word. Chapter 15. Tangxi Town was to the north of Maplewood City. It was one of the 7 towns under Wei Qiuji's rule, and it was also the smallest and most remote town. It was backed by the Qichang mountain range, which stretched for several miles. The townspeople relied on the mountain for food, and most of them were hunters. Walking in Tangxi Town, they saw old houses and few pedestrians. Occasionally, they would pass by in a hurry, and their brows were furrowed. Not to mention Maplewood City, this place was far inferior to Fengxi Town, where Jiang Wang was born. The villages near Tangxi Town are scattered along the Qichang mountain range. The people here make a living by hunting. They usually only gather in the town on the 1st and 15th day of the month. It's not the time to go to the market, so there are few pedestrians. Jiang Wang had done a lot of homework before coming here, so he could explain to Zhang Linchuan. Even though the dean had arranged for the senior brother to take care of the junior brother, Jiang Wang knew that there was no reason to ask for advice on everything, so he didn't dare to slack off. Along the way, Zhang Linchuan had a faint smile on his face, neither distant nor familiar. He didn't show much emotion. Hearing this, he just nodded and walked to the house where the massacre happened. Although they were here to represent the independent will of the Dao Academy, it was not good to not inform the local authorities. The constable of Tangxi Town, Tang Dun, was waiting for them at the door. Tang Daniu and his wife are locals of Tangxi Town. I used to fight with Daniu when I was young. It could be seen that this dark-skinned, straightforward, and rough man was very sad. His cowbell-like eyes were bloodshot. He stood there and kept nagging, "Dog-egg demon man is too hateful. F*ck his mother. F*ck his mother." Zhang Linchuan glanced at his constable uniform. "Why are you here? Where's your constable?" "Our constable is busy with other things." Tang Dun didn't notice Zhang Linchuan's dissatisfaction and said, "You're going to be high-ranking officials in the future. You must make decisions for us." "Interesting. Is there anything more important than this massacre in a small town like Tangxi Town?" Zhang Linchuan smiled contemptuously but didn't continue to pursue the matter. He just waved his hand and interrupted Tang Dun. "Get to the point. What clues did you find? What did the people from the arrest department say?" Dong A sent someone to investigate alone, clearly showing that she did not trust Wei Qiji. Correspondingly, the people of the arrest department avoided meeting him, and the local government of Tangxi Town only sent a lowly bailiff to receive him. This was something that could be imagined. Tang Dun scratched his head. "We don't have any leads. Why didn't the officers from the arrest department tell us anything?" Zhang Linchuan was so angry that he almost laughed. "If you don't have any clues, then what are you talking about?" However, he was a man of great self-restraint. Suppressing his displeasure, he said, "All right, let's go in and take a look." Tang Dun quickly tore off the seal on the door, took out the key, and opened the general lock. Only then did he push open the wooden door. Jiang Wang noticed that the seal was not simple. It was inscribed with an evil-suppressing charm. It was clear that the cultivators of the arrest department had carefully protected the scene. As the seal was removed and the door opened, a smell of decay, filth, and foul odor gushed out. Jiang Wang resisted the discomfort as he sized up the small courtyard. There were all sorts of things commonly used by hunters, such as hunting knives, tongs, bows, and arrows. There were also some animal skins and smoked meat scattered about the courtyard in a mess. Only the skeleton of a hunting dog was left, scattered in front of the main entrance. Judging from its posture, it was probably the first to discover the intruders, but they were dealt with in the blink of an eye. Jiang Wang turned around. Zhang Linchuan was already covering his nose and mouth with a handkerchief embroidered with orchids. His brows were knitted together. Seeing Jiang Wang's inquiring gaze, Zhang Linchuan slightly raised his chin and spoke from under the handkerchief, "It's fine. Let's go in." At this moment, Tang Dun stood at the door, somewhat hesitant. "I won't go in. This place is strange." After all, he was only a mortal. Jiang Wang naturally wouldn't force him. He nodded. "That's fine." Then, he took the lead and stepped into the courtyard. In an instant, a thick and strong corpse aura surrounded them, covering their sense of smell. This level of corpse aura wasn't something that could be produced by killing a few people or summoning a few living corpses. It was more like communicating with some kind of evil existence. Behind him, Zhang Linchuan glanced at Jiang Wang's hand holding the sword. The slender white fingers looked clean and strong. "Junior Marshal Brother Jiang, are you good at swordsmanship?" he asked. Jiang Wang looked around, not looking back. He said, "Senior Marshal Brother Zhang, please don't laugh at me. I haven't formed my Tao vortex yet, so I haven't been able to practice Taoist technique. I can only rely on my swordsmanship to defend myself. When the outer sect was attacked, I heard that Junior Marshal Brother Jiang was one of the people who were attacked, but you were able to escape with ease. You must be extraordinary." Actually, it was also very dangerous. That evil man was much stronger than me. I only managed to escape because I alarmed my fellow disciples. There was a wooden doghouse next to the courtyard. Of course, it was empty at the moment. Jiang Wang's gaze swept over the courtyard, but he couldn't find any traces of blood. "The situation here isn't good. Junior Marshal Brother, be careful," Zhang Linchuan said. Junior Marshall brother understands. There were 3 rooms in this small courtyard. Facing the courtyard was the main hall, and the door was open. A skeleton was lying on the doorstep. There was no flesh, only a skeleton. Judging from the clothes on the skeleton, it should be the male owner of this house, the hunter Tang Dainyu. Jiang Wang carefully stepped over the skeleton and walked into the main hall. The walls of the main hall were empty. There were no decorations, but there was a square table in the middle with 4 long benches. There was some leftover food on the table, covered by a bamboo cover. Under the bench on the left lay the mistress of the house, as evidenced by her coarse linen dress. However, the food hadn't gone bad, but the corpse was only a skeleton. An inexplicable chill pierced his tailbone. He didn't know where the faint fear came from. Jiang Wang almost wanted to draw his sword. But after all, he had experienced many life-and-death battles. He restrained his instinct to avoid embarrassing himself in front of Zhang Linchuan. The flesh wasn't eaten. It's the result of some kind of evil technique. Zhang Linchuan covered his handkerchief with one hand and casually looked around. There was only disgust and no fear. These 2 people didn't die for long, but their flesh was all gone. Many clues have been lost. You fought with the demon who attacked the outer courtyard. Did you find anything familiar? Jiang Wang shook his head. I can only see 2 skeletons now. I can't judge. But the corpse aura that permeates the surroundings. What's wrong? I was attacked by the other party's corpse. I was poisoned. Master Dong cured me. Zhang Linchuan nodded. He didn't let go of the handkerchief covering his mouth. He walked to the room on the right side of the main hall. Let's split up and look around. Let me know if anything happens. Okay. Zhang Linchuan was a ranked cultivator. In the heavenly palace, Dao essence was generated by the rotation of Dao. Jiang Wang naturally didn't worry about him. He immediately walked to the room on the left. This room was very small. When he entered, he saw a wooden horse standing silently on the ground. This wooden horse was exceptionally exquisite and smooth. It was obvious that the creator had poured a lot of effort into it. Not far from the wooden horse was a short table. Small things like slingshots, rattles, and so on were scattered on it. And on the wall beside the short table, Jiang Wang saw the only decoration he had seen since entering this courtyard. It was a small canvas. On it, 3 little people were drawn with childish strokes. 2 slightly bigger ones were holding the hand of a smaller one. They were running in a sea of flowers. Behind the little people, there was a small dog shaking its head. This was originally a complete home. An entire spring had once bloomed here. Jiang Wang forced himself to continue walking until he saw the scattered floral clothes in front of the small bed. Looking up, he naturally saw the last set of bones in this family. Small, slender, fragile, lonely, and helpless skeletons. It was the only thing left in this world of a little girl who was once treasured by her parents. He felt anger. Uncontrollable, incomparably violent anger. Chapter 16. Just as Jiang Wang saw the young skeleton and became emotional, Jiang Wang's eyes lit up. Swoosh! The sharp sound of something breaking through the air suddenly rang out. With a twist of his wrist, Jiang Wang managed to place his sword and scabbard vertically behind him, blocking the sharp object that was shooting towards him. The sound of metal clashing rang out. Jiang Wang took the opportunity to turn around and draw his sword. Everything was done in one smooth motion, and he could already see that the incoming object was a pale white finger bone. Without any time to think, his body instinctively turned around again. The skeleton of the little girl on the bed had already risen into the air. The skull opened its mouth and bit towards Jiang Wang. Without any hesitation, Jiang Wang kicked the skeleton back to its original spot. Then, his sword spun a few times. In that instant, like a bolt of purple lightning swimming through the dark room, The little skeleton fell back onto the bed with all its joints severed, as if it had never moved at all. Kik, little Taoist, you seem to be very angry that I killed this little girl. But you destroyed her final remnant with your own hands. The voice was sharp and ear-piercing, drifting over from an unknown place. This kind of camouflage that could conceal one's tracks was not simple. It meant that the enemy hiding in the dark had already set this up. Jiang Wang had yet to establish his foundation and develop his five senses. For the time being, he was unable to break through this camouflage. But he was not flustered. According to the knowledge he had learned in the Tao College, he now had two deductions. First, the enemy's level was not too high. The reason was simple. If it really was a high-level expert, the enemy would not need to rely on camouflage at all. They could even kill him instantly. The second deduction was that this camouflage was limited by the enemy's strength. The level of the camouflage would not be too high. Once the enemy attacked or was attacked or even moved, the camouflage would be broken automatically. The only clue that could prove this was that the enemy's first attack had been by manipulating the skeleton, and not by himself. You were the one who killed her, and you were also the one who destroyed her skeleton. Unorthodox methods will not be able to shake my heart. Jiang Wang moved with his sword, and in a flash, he had already covered the entire small room. Sword light almost illuminated the entire room. Eastern Purple Chi sword, the first move of the killing technique. In the instant that the room was filled with light, all the sword beams gathered together again. Jiang Wang stretched out his hand as if to grab the sword beam and slashed it down. The door, which had been closed at some point, suddenly burst open. Zhang Linchuan stood outside the door with lightning flickering in his hand. Just now, the two corpses outside were manipulated and turned into zombies. I have already destroyed them. What's the situation on your end? He asked. I was attacked too. I can't see through his camouflage. But my sword still hurt him. Jiang Wang shook the long sword in his hand, and a drop of blood dripped from the tip of the sword. Zhang Linchuan stretched out his hand and caught the drop of blood. The blood droplet floated in his palm. With this, it won't be hard to track down the demon. A trace of praise appeared on his face. Junior Marshal Brother Jiang, you've made a great contribution this time. Jiang Wang looked around but couldn't find any other bloodstains. Senior Marshal Brother Zhang, the evil man might not have escaped. Zhang Linchuan flipped his palm and put away the blood droplet. He closed his eyes and sensed for a moment, then shook his head and said, "There's no trace of him." Almost as soon as he finished speaking, the corpse aura that filled the entire courtyard instantly dissipated. Let's go. Zhang Linchuan put away the blood droplet. There's no more useful clues here. Give this blood droplet to the vice principal. He's proficient in the 6 trigram lines, so he'll definitely be able to find that evil man. The psychological impact of this trip on Jiang Wang was unprecedented. Although those bandits and robbers could be considered to have committed many evil deeds, they paled in comparison to these evil men who would kill their entire families at the slightest provocation and even desecrate and control their corpses after death. He had seen the cruel and callous side of the cultivation world. Transcendent powers could also bring about transcendent cruelty. Jiang Wang wanted to turn around and look at the little girl's corpse, but he didn't dare to. At this moment, Zhang Linchuan said again, "The people from the arrest department have already investigated once, but there's no progress. And as soon as we arrived, we were attacked by the evil man. There's something fishy about this." "Senior Marshal Brother, you mean, humph?" Zhang Linchuan sneered. After entering the inner sect, Jiang Wang only wanted to cultivate. He didn't want to be involved in the struggle between Dong A and Wei Qiuji. However, Zhang Linchuan pointed out this possibility. Unfortunately, he still didn't have the right to refuse. Junior Marshal Brother Zhang's sword technique is extraordinary. It's definitely not the shallow tricks collected in the Tao Academy. Zhang Linchuan sighed with emotion, seemingly unintentionally. Jiang Wang replied, "For us Taoists, sword technique is a minor Tao. Senior Martial Brothers' thunder technique is truly astonishing." At this moment, the two corpses in the hall and the courtyard had already disappeared. Only a layer of scorched ash remained. Jiang Wang could almost imagine that scene. The two corpses had just been manipulated and didn't even have time to move before they were destroyed by the thunder technique. Junior Martial Brother Jiang is too modest. In fact, our Taoist sword technique isn't inferior to others. Unfortunately, our Maplewood City's Tao Academy doesn't have this technique. In the entire Zhuang state, only the Tao Academy has it. Zhang Linchuan sighed with emotion. Taoists also had techniques that incorporated Tao into the sword. It was extremely swift and fierce, not inferior to ordinary sword cultivators. However, it wasn't mainstream after all. Maplewood City's Tao Academy didn't have enough experts to guide cultivation in this field. At this moment, Jiang Wang wasn't in the mood to speak at all. However, he couldn't ignore Zhang Linchuan, so he casually complimented, "With Senior Martial Brothers' talent, entering the Tao Academy is only a matter of time." "That's right. It's only a matter of time." Zhang Linchuan suddenly sighed. He stood in the courtyard and gazed into the distance, in the direction of the Qichang mountain range. "However, sooner or later is a different matter. I often feel as if a knife is poking me from behind. Every moment is pressing." The anxiety and worry in the voice of this noble young master, who was both powerful and talented and liked cleanliness, was actually real. Jiang Wang was speechless. How could he not want to become stronger faster? How could he not want to go to the place he should have gone long ago? Every moment was of the essence. "Beyond that mountain range is the state of Yong," Zhang Linchuan said. "If the demon escapes into the state of Yong, we won't be able to capture him." Of course, Jiang Wang knew why he said this. The state of Zhuang had been established for over 300 years. Back then, the founding ancestor, Zhuang Chengqian, was a general of the state of Yong. He led an army to conquer 1,000 li of land. Taking advantage of the three princes of Yong fighting for the throne, he split the land and established the state of Yong. Afterwards, he joined forces and established Taoism as the state religion. Taking advantage of the situation, he latched onto the thigh of the powerful state of Jing, which was also of Taoist lineage. Only then was he able to gain a firm foothold and pass it down to this day. However, because of this period of history, the two states of Zhuang and Yong had always been at odds. Perhaps the state of Zhuang's enemies were welcomed on both sides of the road in the state of Yong. Jiang Wang didn't say anything about this. He only silently followed Zhang Linchuan out of the courtyard. Tang Dun, who was guarding the door, immediately came forward, his eyes filled with anticipation. How was it? Was the demon exterminated? He had just heard the commotion outside the courtyard and knew that a battle had taken place inside. "We already have clues," Jiang Wang said. He turned to look at Zhang Linchuan. "Senior Martial Brother, can you lend me some money?" Zhang Linchuan didn't ask for the reason and casually threw a purse over. Jiang Wang weighed it in his hand and took out the smallest piece of silver. He originally wanted to take some money, but there was only gold and silver in Zhang Linchuan's purse. Jiang Wang handed the silver to the town's constable, Tang Dun. "There is a little girl's skeleton inside. Please use this silver to buy a coffin and bury her. There are 2 piles of ashes in the courtyard. They belong to her parent. Bury them together." Tang Dun's rough face was very gloomy, but he firmly pushed Jiang Wang's hand away. "I will take care of their funeral. I can't take your money." "Take it." Jiang Wang forced the silver into his hand. "Take it as me asking for peace of mind." Tang Dun's constable uniform had traces of mending. It was obvious that his family wasn't very well off. Since he was assigned to receive him and Zhang Linchuan, who weren't welcomed, It meant that he was also a marginalized person in the government. He couldn't break free, so he could only firmly grasp Jiang Wang's hand. I thank you on behalf of Niu. So her name was Niu. The canvas hanging on the wall seemed to appear in front of his eyes again. She once naively wanted to stay for a spring. But her life didn't blossom again. Niu. Jiang Wang repeated the name several times in his heart. It seemed that he had tied some kind of responsibility to his Taoist heart. Chapter 17. Oh, right. Before leaving, Zhang Linchuan suddenly looked at Tang Dun. You're called Tang Dun? That's my name. Zhang Linchuan smiled. Dun, honest and sincere. That's a good name. Tang Dun scratched his head. My teacher gave me that name when I was young. Oh? Zhang Linchuan asked. Our Tangxi town was poor and couldn't afford to pay for the tuition. Hunters didn't care about whether they could read or not. It was because my teacher traveled here that he stayed and taught us for 3 years. But 3 years later, he traveled again. He liked me the most back then and said I was some kind of jade. If that was the case, everything would make sense. The culture of traveling was highly recommended by the people of the time, and disciples of all families had it. For example, Confucian disciples believed in reading 10,000 books and traveling 10,000 miles. Most of them traveled around the country. But some did it to broaden their horizons, and some did it to sell themselves. For example, Maha's disciples traveled all over the world and experienced everything. But if they met Tang Dun, they would probably teach him some martial arts or even some basic mechanism techniques instead of reading and reading. Although Zhuang country regarded Taoism as its national religion, it didn't reject disciples of other schools. There was nothing wrong with Tang Dun's experience. Jiang Wang said, since you've studied, it's a waste for you to be a constable here. After dealing with Niu Er's funeral, if you don't have anything else to worry about, you can take the exam to become an external disciple of the Taoist Academy. He saw that Tang Dun was simple and appreciated his talent. But in the end, it was still Tang Dun's choice. After leaving Tangxi town, they went straight south along the official road back to Maplewood City. Because of the corresponding formation patterns, there were no wild beasts on the official road. The horses' hooves weren't hurried, and Zhang Linchuan's voice was neither fast nor slow. Do you know how much resources the imperial court has to invest every year to maintain the official road in Zhuang country? Jiang Wang shook his head. He really didn't know much about these things. That's an astronomical number. Zhang Linchuan said. Also, these formation patterns can only drive away low-level monsters. Those powerful monsters and ferocious beasts still need to be cleaned up by strong people. Every year, the imperial court invested a huge amount of manpower and resources to maintain the smooth flow of the various regions. The only thing we can do is to grow as quickly as possible so that we can shoulder the corresponding responsibilities. Thank you for your advice. Then let me ask you again. The city is protected by a formation, so why doesn't the imperial court allow everyone to live in the city? I think there are 2 reasons. Jiang Wang thought for a while and said, first, a big city also has its limits. It can't satisfy everyone's survival needs. Secondly, the range of each city was limited. The imperial court needed these official roads to extend in all directions, using the cities as nodes. This was because they represented the actual territory. And land is a resource. You saw it clearly. The formations of the towns and villages could not possibly be as safe as those of the big cities, but the towns and villages also had their irreplaceable aspects. Just like Tangxi town, as long as it still existed, Maplewood City could harvest a steady stream of resources from the Qichang mountain range. Once Tangxi town is gone one day, the Qichang mountain range will have nothing to do with our Zhuang country. The people of Tangxi town dared to hunt in the Qichang mountain range. Of course, they also have experts. That demon was lurking when the arrest department went there, and he didn't make any other movements before we arrived. But he just had to attack us when we arrived. At this point, Zhang Linchuan turned his head and looked at Jiang Wang with a faint smile. Junior brother Jiang, do you have anything that attracted them? Jiang Wang couldn't answer. Of course, he had secrets, but it was limited to the virtual key he inherited from Zhuo Guanglie. All the changes happened in the great illusionary realm, so it shouldn't have been discovered in reality. But if it wasn't related to this, the first time he was attacked by the demon seemed to be after he entered the great illusionary realm. He was thinking about how to use words to deceive Jiang Wang when Zhang Linchuan suddenly raised his hand and pointed. His middle finger and ring finger were bent, and the other 3 fingers were extended. Then, an arc of electricity leaped from the 3 fingers and converged into a bolt of lightning, heading straight for Jiang Wang. Jiang Wang didn't even have time to react before the bolt of lightning slid past his ear and hit a poisoned arrow dyed dark green, destroying it and falling to the ground. It was only at this moment that Jiang Wang heard the sharp whistling sound of the poisonous arrow speeding up. Only then did he smell the burnt smell of his hair that had been brushed by the lightning. I've been waiting for you for a long time. Zhang Linchuan jumped up from his horse and raised his free right hand in a very strange gesture. A whip of lightning condensed in the air. Die with me. Riding the whip of lightning, he swooped down like an eagle and rushed toward the attacker hiding in the forest on the left side of the official road. It turned out that he had been prepared for this and was multitasking. He secretly made a gesture and prepared 2 Taoist techniques in advance, so that he could counterattack as soon as the attack occurred. Jiang Wang was still far from this senior brother who had been tested in battle for a long time. At this moment, a voice came from the forest on the right side. There's trouble. Let's split up and retreat. Jiang Wang, who was about to catch up with Zhang Linchuan, suddenly turned around. How could he not recognize this voice? Although it was only a short conversation in the room of the little girl in Tangxi town, it was enough to leave an unforgettable impression on him. In the Tongtian Palace, a ball of primordial Tao exploded silently. Jiang Wang, like a crazy beast, charged in the direction of the voice with the most determined posture. Living in the Zhuang country, almost all the civilians had to remember the first thing before going out: don't leave the official road. This was because, except for the range of human cities and towns, everything outside the official road was wild land. It was the territory of wild beasts, demonic beasts, and even ferocious beasts. Zhang Linchuan was strong enough, so he didn't care. Jiang Wang wanted to kill someone, so he didn't care. He had never, ever been so angry. Although Fang Pengzhu's betrayal was hateful, it was still traceable. But that little girl, she was still so young. How innocent was she? Jiang Wang's sword trembled in its scabbard. It seemed to have started to get excited. It seemed to know that it was about to explode with the most brilliant brilliance of its life. Sharpening a sword for 10 years, the frost blade has never been tested. Today, I will show it to the Emperor, who has an injustice. Clang, 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 clang. The moment the long sword leaped out, it actually clashed with the scabbard 5 times. Then, it left the scabbard. The sword was like a shooting star, and the man was like a flood dragon. A big tree fell to the ground with a wail. The heterodox demon hiding in the tree quickly retreated. In his haste, his face couldn't be seen clearly. Only his pale face, which was covered by his messy hair, could be seen. The primordial Tao in the Tongtian Palace exploded one by one. Jiang Wang had never squandered his primordial Tao like this before. He felt that his whole body was filled with power. Before he condensed his primordial Tao vortex, every squandering of primordial Tao meant a regression in his cultivation. He didn't care about immortality or a promising future. He wanted to kill this demon. Only then could he vent his pent-up anger and obtain peace of mind. Eastern Purple Chi Sword Technique, the second move of the killing technique, brought about a frost light. The white-faced demon didn't have time to form hand seals as he retreated. His right arm rapidly swelled, his muscles bulging and his blood vessels bursting. He suddenly threw a straight punch at the frost light. The sword and the demon-like right arm clashed more than 10 times in an instant. Jiang Wang suddenly realized that he had judged wrongly. This opponent was very strong, at least much stronger than him. It was definitely not like what he had thought, that the opponent was only slightly stronger in terms of cultivation. In other words, if this white-faced demon had used his full strength when he attacked Tangxi Town, Jiang Wang couldn't guarantee that he would have survived. However, Jiang Wang didn't retreat. His long sword shook again, and a sharp whistle sounded. Eastern Purple Chi Sword Technique, the third move of the killing technique. The demon-like right arm was chopped off and sent flying. "Damn it!" the white-faced demon roared. He didn't expect that he would be forced into a corner by this youth who was risking his life just because he was careless. His back foot suddenly stopped on a big tree that was flying backward. He knew that he couldn't retreat anymore. If he did, he would die. Life came naturally from the fight. With his back foot as the center, the whole tree instantly withered. Then, from his roaring mouth, a gray fog gushed out, bringing with it an extremely strong smell of decay and a pungent stench. The power to control life and death. This was a Dao technique that belonged to the netherworld. The sword light exploded. Dao energy activated the sword light, which cut through the gray fog. Jiang Wang leaped out from the gray fog. Eastern Purple Chi Sword Technique, the fourth move of the killing technique. He had let the demon escape in Tangxi Town. He was caught unprepared and had no way to deal with it. At least at this moment, he had to give that little girl called Nyo an explanation. This was the responsibility of a cultivator towards a commoner. This was the responsibility of an adult towards a child. Jiang Wang's figure leaped through the air, breaking through the gray fog and appearing in front of the white-faced demon's eyes. And in his widening eyes that were filled with shock, a resplendent sword light came from above. That was the last light he saw before eternal darkness. Chapter 18. The white-faced demon's corpse was split into 2 halves. However, because his right arm had been cut off long ago, the 2 halves of his corpse were not symmetrical. Jiang Wang landed in front of the corpse. He loosened his grip, and the long sword shattered into countless pieces and fell to the ground. Its mission had been completed. This long sword was only made of ordinary materials, so it could not withstand the infusion of Dao energy for such a long time. Jiang Wang once again clearly sensed that Tongtian Palace was empty. Not a single one of those lively and adorable little things remained. Before the ownerless gray fog spread, Jiang Wang returned to the official road. He noticed that a part of the gray fog had spread to the side of the official road, but it was blocked by an invisible force and slowly disappeared. Jiang Wang knew that it should be the power of some kind of formation pattern that was engraved on the official road. After waiting for a while, the rumbling of thunder approached from afar. Zhang Linchuan leaped a few times and landed beside Jiang Wang. "Junior Marshal Brother Jiang, you didn't leave this place, right?" he asked. Although he had just gone through a battle, his clothes were still neat and tidy. Even his hair was carefully protected. His every movement exuded an air of elegance. "I met the demon from Tangxi Town. You cut off his blood, so he definitely came to take it. Otherwise, he could only escape from the Zhuang country. I killed him." Zhang Linchuan's eyebrows jumped. "What?" Jiang Wang pointed in the direction of the white-faced demon's corpse. "I just don't know if the corpse is useful or if we can find any clues." Zhang Linchuan recovered from his shock and shook his head. These people's souls were incomplete. Even if we searched their souls when they were alive, it was useless, let alone after they died. I just killed a few of them and they were all like this. "So it's like that," Jiang Wang did not feel any disappointment. To him, killing that white-faced demon was already enough. He did not blame Zhang Linchuan for choosing to chase after the enemy instead of staying to protect him. He was not a delicate person who needed protection, and Zhang Linchuan was not his nanny. Moreover, if it were not for Zhang Linchuan's pressure, the white-faced demon would not have chosen to run away without any fighting spirit. And his accomplices would never give Jiang Wang a chance to fight him one-on-one. Zhang Linchuan glanced at the place where the gray fog dissipated inside. The formation patterns of this official road have been corroded. We have to report it to the government and ask them to send people to quickly repair it. The two horses didn't run away in fright. Jiang Wang shook the reins and the horses began to gallop. At this moment, he sensed that Tao energy was rolling down from a mysterious place in the Heavenspan Palace. One after another, there were as many as 5 of them. And it was fuller and rounder. Although it didn't completely replenish the previous consumption, it was still a pleasant surprise. Only then did he have a deeper understanding of the lessons taught by the senior Taoist. The so-called primordial Tao was the beginning of the great Tao. The birth of Tao energy was not as simple as the sublimation of one's qi and blood. Instead, it was the perfect fusion of willpower and strength. It was the truest feedback from the spirit of all things to the origin of heaven and earth. It was still early when they returned to the Tao Academy, so the two of them went straight to Dong A courtyard to report. The door was open, but the courtyard was empty. Only Fong Helling was pacing back and forth, looking bored to death. When he saw the two of them come in empty-handed, his eyes lit up. Fong Helling greeted Zhang Linchuan honestly first, then pretended to comfort him. It seems that Brother Zhang didn't gain anything this time. Even for a genius like you, it's too difficult to bring a newcomer who doesn't know anything. Of course, he didn't think he was a newcomer. The Fong clan was a century-old family and had produced many cultivators. He was no stranger to the battles between cultivators. And this person surnamed Jiang was only from a small town. What knowledge could he have? Jiang Wang couldn't be bothered with him. Zhang Linchuan was in the mood to tease him. Oh? It seems that Helling gained a lot this time. It went well, Fong Helling said modestly and couldn't wait to show off. It turned out that when they went to Fortune Inn to search for clues, someone was secretly spying on them. However, Li Jianxiu brazenly took action and captured that person alive. Originally, there wasn't much hope for an investigation, but because of this survivor, there was suddenly a direction. Of course, it was hard to say how much of a role Fong Helling played in this. Where did junior brother Li go? Zhang Linchuan asked. Fong Helling was a little embarrassed and stunned. Then he said, in the room. Master Dong is using a secret method to search his soul. Dong A was searching his soul, Li Jianxiu was accompanying him, and Fong Helling wasn't even qualified to watch. His contribution on this trip was obvious. It wasn't convenient for Zhang Linchuan and Jiang Wang to go in and disturb them, so they could only wait in the courtyard with Fong Helling. Jiang Wang didn't say a word. He closed his eyes and sent the Tao energy in the Tongtian Palace to the place where it should be hovering. Zhang Linchuan and Fong Helling chatted casually. Fong Helling was naturally proud. After all, Dong A had said before that the mission would be divided by 19 points. Jiang Wang obviously didn't gain anything, but they brought back a survivor. This was the first step to widen the gap. Not long after, Dong A in a black Taoist robe strode out with Li Jianxiu. Facing Fong Helling's expectant gaze, Li Jianxiu shook his head. Dong A said, "This person's soul is incomplete. I only found some scattered fragments. It's not important." Fong Helling rushed to show off. "They're so well guarded. There must be a secret organization behind these people. This is definitely not simple." Dong A didn't comment. He just looked at Zhang Linchuan. Thus, Zhang Linchuan described what had happened after he went to Tangxi Town without exaggerating at all. As for the details of the two battles between Jiang Wang and the white-faced demon, Dong A wouldn't ask, and Jiang Wang didn't need to say either. He was a proper disciple of the Dao Academy, not a criminal. He didn't need to be interrogated. Dong A nodded and said, "Jiang Wang is good." These words sounded cold, but to those who knew Dong A's character, it was a rare compliment. For this mission, both Zhang Linchuan and Li Jianxiu had submitted new clues, but there was no follow-up. The mission couldn't be considered a success. However, Dong A gave each of them 5 Dao points as an incentive. For Zhang Linchuan and Li Jianxiu, they were just guiding junior brothers who were new to graded missions. It would be good if they could gain something, but it didn't matter if they didn't. Back then, their senior brothers had been guided in the same way. For Jiang Wang and Fong Heling, 5 Dao points wasn't a small amount. It was equivalent to half of a rank 9 mission. A rank 9 mission awarded between 10 and 100 points, while an rank 8 mission awarded between 100 and 500 points. It varied according to the mission's difficulty. Dong A was straightforward. After determining that the mission was over for the time being, he dismissed the disciples. After that, Fong Heling urged Zhang Linchuan and Li Jianxiu to have a few drinks. Jiang Wang thought about it and decided to go to the Hall of Dao Points. The Hall of Dao Points was located opposite the Ancestral Hall. It was obvious how important it was. The entire hall was empty. There was nothing except for a Dao Points ranking that glowed with a clear light hanging on the altar table. There were no guards here, because the Dao Points ranking had the power to protect itself. It was a numinous treasure. To be more precise, the ranking enshrined in the Maplewood City Dao College's Hall of Dao Points was a sub-ranking of the Dao College's Dao Merit ranking. Jiang Wang made a special trip here just to see the world. A medium-sized Taoist priest in sackcloth stood in front of the Dao Points ranking. His hands were clasped in front of him as he stared blankly at the ranking. His face couldn't be seen from behind. However, Jiang Wang wasn't familiar with all the people in the inner court who had a higher cultivation level than him. That was because they were all his senior brothers. Jiang Wang didn't disturb him. He walked toward the Dao Points ranking, focused his mind, and stared at the ranking. The clear light rippled slightly, and a lot of information flowed through his mind. This was only a sub-ranking. He could only see information related to the Maplewood City Dao College. It was said that the Dao Points ranking was all-encompassing and contained everything. However, that was still far away from Jiang Wang. There were many exchange options on the Maplewood City Dao College's ranking. It was enough to dazzle Jiang Wang. However, the prices of the items that could be exchanged for made him want to turn around and leave. The cheapest Meridian unlocking pill was 100 Dao points each. Of course, it was worth more than that. However, as disciples of the Dao College had a certain amount of support. The second Meridian unlocking pill would cost 1,500 Dao points. That should be the true price of the Meridian unlocking pill. Apart from that, even the cheapest standardized magic sword would cost at least 500 Dao points. Jiang Wang looked at his 5 Dao points. Yes, he'd only come here to broaden his horizons. Since the Dao Points ranking was a ranking, it naturally had a ranking. It was only now that Jiang Wang realized that Zhang Linchuan, who seemed unfathomable to him, was only ranked 3rd on the Dao Points ranking in Maplewood City. The person ranked 2nd was Wei Yan. He wasn't a disciple of the Dao College, but a military officer in the city guard. Judging from his name, he might be related to Wei Qiji in some way. As for Zhu Weiwa, who ranked 1st with 1,300 Dao points, he was also recognized as the eldest senior brother of the Dao College in Maplewood City. He was always elusive. Jiang Wang had only heard of him by name, but had never seen him in person. One had to know that Wei Yan, who was ranked 2nd, only had 700 Dao points. He was about the same as Zhang Linchuan, but he was left far behind by Zhu Weiwa. Jiang Wang scrolled down and saw Li Jianqiu at the 17th position. He then cut off his connection to the Dow points ranking. A new junior brother? The senior brother from before seemed to have been waiting for him. Jiang Wang turned his head when he heard the voice and saw a face with a warm smile. "Hello, senior brother. I'm Jiang Wang. I just entered the inner sect not long ago." "Hello, I'm Wang Zhangxiang." Wang Zhangxiang's appearance wasn't outstanding, but the smile on his face made him seem very approachable. "Then, see you next time. Goodbye." Jiang Wang's heart skipped a beat. On the Dow points ranking he'd just checked, this person was ranked 7th, far above Li Jianqiu. Of course, the Dow points ranking only counted Dow points, not one's strength. But from a certain perspective, it could indeed reflect some things. Previously, in the outer sect, his sworn brothers could be said to be outstanding and invincible. Only after entering the inner sect did he know the immensity of heaven and earth. Based on the people he'd met so far, Li Jianqiu, Zhang Linchuan, and Wang Zhangxiang had different temperaments, but all of them were outstanding people. Jiang Wang knew that he was far from being a match for them. Just the Dow College in Maplewood City had produced so many talent. What about the entire Qinghe County, or even the entire Zhuang country? And what about the famous Tianjiao that the heroes of various countries looked up to? What kind of glory would they have? Thinking of this, Jiang Wang didn't feel discouraged. Instead, his fighting spirit burned. At least now, he was already on the path of transcendence. He was already on the same stage as those dazzling people. What was there to be afraid of? Chapter 19. If one were to ask which brothel was the most ecstatic in Maplewood City, this old glutton would only give one answer: the Three Fragrances brothel. It wasn't just a cosmetic brothel that only had 3 parts of color. It was the Three Fragrances brothel that monopolized 3 parts of the world. Even though it was just a branch, since the day it was completed, it swept through the mediocre brothel market of Maplewood City like crushing dry weeds and smashing rotten wood. Nowadays, the young masters of Maplewood City were able to enjoy a romantic life thanks to the Three Fragrances brothel, which raised the standards of the entire Maplewood City's brothel. It was equivalent to the 5th-rank expert Dong A raising the standards of education in Maplewood City's Dow Academy. Of course, this could only be said in private by Zhao Ruqing. The current leading lady of the Three Fragrances brothel was a woman named Miao Yu. Many people yearned for her boudoir day and night, wishing they could crawl under her skirt. But those who were fortunate enough to get intimate with her were few and far between. On a luxuriously decorated rocking bed, a middle-aged naked man had a fanatical expression on his face, undulating with joy. But there was clearly only a bundle of bedding under his body. Only a beaded curtain separated them, and a soft couch was facing the rocking bed. Miao Yu supported her chin with her hand, half leaning lazily, her curves exquisite to the extreme. Her eyes were blurred, and it was unknown whether the middle-aged man's self-entertainment was in her eyes. A black-clothed man knelt in front of the soft couch, respectfully reporting something. In other words, that person called Jiang Wang knows a rather profound sword technique, but he has never shown it in front of others before? Her voice was languid, like a cat that had just woken up, faintly teasing one's heart. The black-clothed man knelt, never raising his head. It is indeed so. This subordinate is incompetent, and can't find out where he learned it from. Miao Yu looked pensive, then raised a finger. Go down. Hearing this, the black-clothed man pressed his forehead against the floor, his ring and pinky closed, his thumb, index finger, and middle finger forming a triangle over his heart. He softly chanted, "At the bottom of the river of forgetfulness, in the abyss of the yellow springs, the venerable God returns, illuminating the world." Just like that, his entire body sank into the floor. A sword technique that has never appeared in Maplewood City's Tao Academy? Which great martial artist passed it down from? Or, Miao Yu's gaze blurred. Daozi, she thought, more, farther, and more ethereal. The bottom of the river of forgetfulness, the abyss of the yellow springs. Your Eminence's return illuminates the world. She made the same gesture and chanted softly. Meanwhile, the naked man on the rocking bed was still wriggling by himself. He seemed to be immersed in his beautiful fantasy forever. At this moment, in a village far away in the Yong Kingdom, a bald man with a ferocious face was gnawing on something. Fresh blood covered his mouth and hands, and judging from the empty hole in the chest of the villager beside him, it was clear that it was gnawing on people's hearts. While he was chewing happily, a streak of light suddenly streaked down and crashed into him. Unfortunately, this was not a flying sword that descended from the heavens to exterminate evil. The bald man reached out and grabbed the stream of light in his hand, turning it into an ancient longsword. Damn it! Sooner or later, I'll eat your heart. The bald man was obviously very angry that his meal was interrupted. Old thing, what era is it now? Still using a flying sword to send letters. He cursed as he used his bloody hand to open the letter on the flying sword. The Mahist Sek's 1,000-mile sound transmission box had been in use for many years, and its sales were excellent. However, there were always some powers that refused to use it, because no one could be sure that the Mahist Sek's people didn't leave any hidden traps in the box. Even if the Mahist Sek's people swore to the heavens and drew on the earth, even the strictest heart demon oath had been researched and broken by dozens of methods. What was the use of swearing? The Zhuang Kingdom, Qinghe County, Sanshan City? He paused after each word and couldn't help but spit. What kind of corner is this? The sword swayed in the air, as if urging something. The bald man became more and more irritated, but the owner of the letter was an existence that he couldn't resist. He used his bloody finger to draw 5 crooked strokes on the letter. It was a simple stroke of a horse, meaning, go immediately. He casually fixed the letter back onto the sword, and the sword left in the same way it came. When the flying sword was far away, the bald man suddenly thought of something. Boss, don't tell me you don't understand it? He thought for a while and threw this small annoyance away. If I can't even understand this, how can I be a boss? When he walked to the door of the dormitory, Jiang Wang heard voices coming from inside. After entering the inner sanctum, he still lived with Ling He and Du Yehu, so that it was convenient for them to learn from each other at any time. Zhao Ruqing came to stay for a night every few days, but he didn't stay for long. Although the room was much better than before, for Zhao Ruqing, it didn't make much of a difference. Hearing Jiang Wang's footsteps, Ling He quickly walked out. You're finally back. Your family has been waiting for you for a long time. Family, Jiang Wang's heart skipped a beat, and he hurriedly walked into the room. He saw a charming woman sitting on the table and chair by the window. That set of table and chair was naturally something that Zhao Ruqing had desperately asked people to bring over. Du Yehu, on the other hand, was sitting at the side with his hands and feet tied. He was answering the woman's questions with an honest look on his face. When the woman asked a question, he answered with a sentence. He was just like a brat who restrained his wild nature in front of his friends and parents. However, this child had a bushy beard, and his appearance was a little too anxious. In comparison, he actually seemed a little older than the well-maintained woman. Seeing Jiang Wang enter, the woman hurriedly stood up, her eyes filled with surprise. Little Wang, long time no see. You've grown taller and stronger. Jiang Wang nodded and greeted, hello, concubine Song. His birth mother had passed away very early, and this woman was his father's second wife. He couldn't change his way of addressing her, so he always called her concubine. This concubine wasn't a bad person, and she had never mistreated him. However, a few years after his father's second wife, Jiang Wang had entered the outer sanctum of the Tao Academy. Cultivation was tough, and he almost never returned home except during festivals. They had never had any conflicts, but their relationship couldn't be said to be deep. As concubine Song greeted him, she pulled the little girl hiding behind her in front of her. "Hurry up and greet him." This was a timid little girl. At her mother's urging, she opened her little mouth and said in a small voice, "Big brother." Concubine Song's silk clothes were bright and beautiful, adding some color. The little girl's clothes weren't bad either, but her delicate facial features were naturally eye-catching, attracting praise. Unfortunately, as soon as she called out, she immediately went behind her mother. She only stuck out half her little head to size up this older brother of hers, whom she hadn't seen in a long time. Of course he loved his little sister. Blood was thicker than water, and this was something no one could change. However, he only focused on cultivation, and every time he returned home, he would rush back and forth. He hadn't called her big brother for a long time. Although this sound was soft, it was indescribably crisp and pleasing to the ear, like a pearl rolling on a jade plate. Jiang Wang's heart, which had already hardened, suddenly felt like it was melting. He had seen blood and darkness for a long time. After returning from Tangxi town, Jiang Wang revealed a rare sincere smile. You're tuning in to the Phoenix Nights YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.